you're a talent.
Huh?
Wait.
Okay, so I heard I can open it.
I said, don't tell me that you're a talent.
I know
Yeah.
I'm used to play long sessions.
Well, okay, you played all the main events, so which day one did you play?
Friday, Friday.
Okay. So yeah, it doesn't mean like day one, two, and final day, like so that.
And a lot of cash.
Oh, you play cash.
Yeah, on that day off.
Luckily, I didn't deal one single hand, so
Yeah, it was crazy.
reason why
I didn't want to play, but I had to after I saw
what is going on. I said, okay, guys.
what they were doing into five, the 500 euros, how they went inside with 4 to shoot it, and
I know because I usually work also in APT cash stuff, so I work in Prague, in Barcelona, and that kind of like a really high stakes cash table, like 1,000, 2,000 PLO, 6 cards, and that's crazy, you know, really crazy.
But you saw better play level there.
Of course, we can say better level player.
Yeah?
Don't know if level better player, just more gambling.
Yeah, okay.
With
And
more
better
money,
players,
with
I
more
think.
money.
And better players, I think. Maybe.
Good morning, guys. I need your ID. It's not ID. Okay, so
Like me.
okay, now we may open the bag. So you're gonna use the six, right?
I hope I don't
Yeah,
do
you
anything
can
shooting
yeah,
again.
we
So I have to
we
focus.
spread out the deal just a bit more, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty marginal.
Don't forget to keep your,
not-
your ID
it's not correct,
ticket,
but-
please. Still have that there.
I know it's wrong, but I BS quiz class. Yeah. It doesn't have even jacks.
I actually
Why did you
saw.
make it so much?
I
Better
actually saw.
what,
Yeah.
650, was it?
No. 5, you open 2,
Yeah, 2.
I made 5. Blind. 400.
Was it not?
450. I made 5.3 big blind or something.
Yeah, it was 5 or 600 is up there.
I meant to make it in 2.5x, but you bet.
Yeah,
I might misplay it.
Yeah. I thought it was just a bit too much. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Do you have your ID ticket somewhere? This is
If I
pretty-
did more than this, I misread the blind.
Yeah.
Because I play online.
Play online, yeah?
And I might misread the stacks. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
But yes, my fish have. Fuck my life. I will never fall to this shit again, and I can do it here. Because I see queens worse, I think.
Sorry?
Worst case scenario, his kings, or maybe jacks half the time or something.
I don't know if he's come back over the top there with Jacks, would he?
I don't know, I don't think so, but maybe somebody could think that. But I around the spot with jacks as well, and
You don't know how he plays either.
very marginal points if you're running in the train. I should call, but not here. 20 blinds is a lot here.
Sorry?
20 blinds is a lot in this tournament.
Yeah, of course.
But yes,
Finalist in the event, starting in 6 minutes.
I couldn't believe I was gonna fold him, so I tanked until I folded.
You were saying you've never folded Ace King before.
In this spot, no. With 27 big blinds, ace king suited, I don't think you can go fold. It's a mistake.
How many bigs did you have?
26 or something. And they made it 6 bigs.
So you could have actually just you could have just checked.
With ace king go, yes, ace king suited, I think.
Alright. 6.4.
You should three bet
I don't know, they're gonna.
and 10,000 in theory.
Hello, sir. We ask your ID, please.
We need to get it exact.
You might shove something like. So that's.
Hello, sir.
I have bluffs there, so I can't only flip an ace kings and the
You're gonna
bluff.
use 6.4.
It's a good spot to bluff
I'll use the 5. Maybe.
because you can open wide because you're the GP.
Yeah,
And they are dead in the table.
that's true.
So I'm gonna have
You're
maybe
gonna
a
use
jack off.
6.0, right?
I can't just ship ace king suit. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
You will be the button, like yesterday we stopped.
How much to finish up with after?
Don't forget to keep your ID ticket, please. Always come to your
How
side.
much to finish up with after?
I think 1.8. I had 2.3 before. Yeah. These are
Let's take him
500. 1 million. 1.5. 1.4.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the final day here in Dublin. Welcome aboard. This is it. I've had a bit of an issue. I've had a bit of an issue. I've been typing on my laptop. I've been working it. All of a sudden, the laptop's just gone completely off. Completely. So I've had to put my chat on the phone at this moment in time because I can see the live pictures on YouTube. I love it. It's great. So, apologies at this moment in time. I've got no laptop, so I can't hear what's happening at the table. But as you can see right there, the chip counts are on. Pat Birmingham 6.4 million. James Cusack in second place in chips. It's not Marcus, it's Craig. Craig Smith. Apologies, Craig. It's just the way. It's the way the names are done on the invoice. Is that they're done backwards, and the surname is there, and then the first name is there and the surname's there. So you'd think you'd read it all that way, but apparently you don't. You read it surname there, first name, middle name. So it's all a bit skewy if. So that's why we've put Marcus. But we will get it changed. We know it's Craig because he's part of the Southern poker scene. And I think it's the Fat Dogs who are still there. So good afternoon, everybody. Afternoon to John. John Hare is there as well. So we are just about to start. So we are just about to start. Can you send me the link? Of course I can. We can send the link to anybody. We can do anything we want to us. We can send you the link. But as you can see right there, they're all the chip counts. There we go. Link sent. Link sent. Done. How good's that? So there we go. So we are just about to start. Tower's got no laptop for this foreseeable. Don't know why. It just went off. It literally just went off. No idea why. I was on it. I was typing away, then all of a sudden it just went off. Laptop. I think I'd like to throw it in. I'd say throw it in the bin. There's no point. So I don't know what's happened to my laptop, but we don't need the laptop. We only need the live stream, and we only need the comms box. The microphone's working. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. And now we're ready. So good afternoon to Mr. John Hare, who is sat watching. I can hear myself on. Is it working? Yes. I'm ready. YouTube's on. So everything's working. Everything is working, so good luck to everybody who is playing. I have no idea why the laptop's just decided to pack in. I hate technology. I'm the world's worst when it comes to technology. Because if it doesn't work, all I do is say, PK, help me. Anyway, so we are just about to start. There are the chip counts of all the players who win. Who you're rooting for? Who are you all rooting for? No, it wasn't. It's not. It's not overheated because I've literally just turned it on.
21, 1 2 roll of each. Seating available. 1 2 roll of each on table 21.
It's only been on 40 minutes. It's impossible for it to be overheated. Absolutely impossible. Anyway, we'll get it sorted, I'm sure. It'll come back on eventually. Well, I hope it does. If not, we have to laptop. So in the chip counts, it is Craig Smith.
Yeah, that's right.
We'd have a great game.
Why are this problem for us? One play? Come on. Exactly, just one more.
Probably in the next level somebody
It was too late. It was too late last week.
Yeah, but then
Yeah, but it was
maybe split 2 and out. And you started off well. You started off well.
yeah, I'm crazy. I can play 24 hours straight, so happy you're not.
So just about ready. Who's going to win? Who is going to do it?
Let's finish the final table yesterday. Play until
No, maybe not that much, but you know, today guys, it's till 7. Up to 7. It's gonna finish it in a way or another.
oh yeah, it's too short.
972 runners for this event. 972. Just amazing.
Average, so 29 to 6.
I don't need much to ship this.
See?
Does any major cash in life? Like
No, I went over
Australia must be very nice to have some friends that live here. I'm from Greece and Australia has many Greeks.
Oh yeah, I have a best friend.
Yes.
I know really well. I was like 7 when I was
So just waiting for the play to start in seat 1 on our feature. Hello, Mr. Lappin. How are you? How are you? Are you playing? Are you in day 2s? Have you made everything?
Yeah, I don't know what the buy-in was. I satellite in. I bet a satellite for $220.
It would be 5K in Megasat.
I don't know what it was.
5K in mine. Very nice. You have the different currency there, not your
Yeah, it's dollars.
should be 5K.
Yeah, I ran like God though. Ran like God.
If you run this deep in such a big tournament, you can. There is not one player that runs like God reach.
I'd ace this at least 4 times every day.
So we are just about to start.
And the other guy had keys.
Every time I got it off.
Pat Birmingham is in seat number 1, waiting 6.4 million. Craig Smith in seat 2. It does say Marcus on the stream for the first half an hour. Apologies for that because, like I said, the way the ticket says, it says Smith, Craig, Marcus. So you just expect it to be the other way around, but it's not. So Craig Smith in 2, Will McComb in seat number 4, Ray Bryant in seat number 6, and in seat number 8 is Fortius Tamaris. 6.4 mil for Pat, 3.2, 1.8, 3 mil for Ray, and 1.8. And as if by magic, the laptop fires up. It's amazing. It's bizarre. The event's going on today. If you want to come and join us, Angie's Poker Open Day 2 started at 12. Les McLean's High Roller started at 12. They're all day 2s. The main event is just about underway. 7 or 8 minutes later than advertised, but it is what it is. Mini main starting at 2 o'clock, which is €150 buying, 20-minute clock, 30,000 starting stack, 1 re-entry, 9 levels of late reg. Mr. Gary Fitzgerald, what's happening? Well, you're in the civvies. Home late. You playing the mini? Oi, oi. Oi, oi. He's learned that much in running the rooms and doing the rooms. He's going to win the mini. I'm impressed, my friend. Have a good day. Amazing. Gary Fitz, always part of the team that sets up the IPO. Always comes round here. He's a top lad. Watches the live streams wherever we go. And as if by magic, we have sound at the feature. Amaze balls. Tell you, technology is amazing. Technology is absolutely amazing. We'll be lost without it, but it's such a pain in the butt when it fails. Anyway, we're off and running. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll fire up all the chat boxes and the relevant, all the relevant information. So if you want to say hello to me, fire away from now. We're in. Chat box is open. We have 10 players left. Any information from the outer tables, we'll give it you when we can. Come on the Fox, says John Malloy. Afternoon, John. Dan Fox entertaining the team. Checking in from the Philippines. I like it. I like it. Clive Padden checking in from the Philippines. Have a great day, Clive. Let's go, Simon, aka Pops. There's something wrong with the sound. It's repeating everything. Is it really? Well, I need to check that. We'll check that. I don't know what's happened. Is that me or is that us? Or let me just check it.
Oh, we have a regular button. I almost forgot how it works. I got used to the sanitizer.
Open live. Sounds okay with Connor Bell. Maybe you've got two links open. I've just put my earphones in so I can hear it myself. Sound is fine, sound is fine, sound is fine. So Isabel, you might have two links open on your laptop or your desktop and it's playing both at the same time. Steve Redfern says, sound's not repeating. Not repeating. It's not repeating. So we're underway, the final 10 of the IPO in Dublin. We're going to get David lapping into the comms for us for a couple of hours. Who's going to win it? Who's your favourite? Marcus is Craig, by the way. We do realise that. It was an issue. Well, it wasn't an issue. It was just the way that it's just the way it's done on his ticket that he gets, because it all goes backwards. So we just thought. Anyway, it's Craig in seat number 2. We're on 10. The final table is 9. Everybody's in the money. This is what we're playing for. Scrolling along the bottom. And yes, Pete Wigglesworth is on the outer table. So 46,590 euros first, 28.3, 20,000 for third. And then now we have 10 players left, so they're all locked up 28.50. Aces for Pat. I've got the chips, I've got the cards.
So one ace, two aces.
So welcome everybody. Dublin is calling the Unibet IPO the final day of the festival. John Mooney came second at the Manchester 30-30. Nice one, John. The C4, good afternoon. Connor Bell says, who is your favourite old school poker player and new school poker player? Old school poker player. Devilfish by a mile was the most entertaining person to watch. Didn't get much chance to play with him. Afternoon, Essa. What have I done? You're laughing at me. What have we done? Devilfish, I do think, was one of the best entertainers of the poker industry. Loved watching him. Played for 6 hours with John Joanda in the first ever event they had over in Macau for the APT, the Asian Poker Tour. That was good. A new school. Wow. New school. I used to like watching Simon Deadman playing when he was over in the UK. But even that now is 5 or 6 years ago, seeing as though he moved to Vegas. The new kids on the block that are doing the UK circuit are changing the game. And they are playing good. Jack Hardcastle at this moment in time is absolutely crushing live scenes. Just an excellent player. Plays very, very well. Wiggy's on 3.6 mil. Yes, he is, Essa. Fun fact from Dana, who is blogging the International Poker Open this week. It's always good to see Dana. I just never see Dana with a banjo in hand, which I really want because it's my favourite instrument. And she's in a band, and she's amazing. But I never see her with a banjo in her hand. I need to go to a festival where she's playing. Fun fact from Dana. First job in poker was ghostwriting Devilfish's blog. That's awesome. Imagine the stories from Devilfish. Imagine. Good luck, Jamie. I'm guessing that's Jamie Cusack, is it? Can we call him Jamie? Seeing as though it's James Cusack. Is he affectionately known as Jamie? Seven, Queen is the flop. King of Diamonds brings in Fortius in seat 9 with the Ace of Diamonds. Best of luck to Ray, says Colin McLaughlin. Good afternoon, Colin. Afternoon, everybody. It's great for all you guys to be sat watching the Unibet IPO from Dublin, the first ever festival back in the country after lockdown restrictions were lifted. They were lifted pretty late. I think we all got the nod on Wednesday. Good job, really. Our ferry was booked at 6 a.m. Thursday morning. Yeah, afternoon, Gregory. Watching Fortius, you are the beast of the table. He played ever so well, played a bit unorthodox as well, but great to watch. Really good to watch. Oh, well, do you know what, MJF? Do you know what, we were talking about Cav this morning, and for people that didn't know Derek Kavanagh, based in the north of England near Preston, loved coming over to the IPO. He made it his own. He used to drink Guinness until it was coming out in his ears. Every now and again he'd cause a spot of bother by never slowing down, but just the nicest man to talk to. Yes, he got a bit loud when he'd had a drink, but such a nice man. And I was speaking to Pete Wigglesworth yesterday, and he was saying he was thinking about Cav, and now we would have loved being back here in this event. Passed away a couple of years ago now, did Cav, and we have the Cav Cup in Britain, in Blackpool. It was in Manchester, we moved it to Blackpool. We have a bit of a party, we have a sing-song and a dance, and we celebrate the life of, and we raise money for charity. And over the course of the 6 Cav Cups, I think we've raised in excess of £50,000. Rick Gilby, guy from Fleetwood, has a lot to do with organising stuff, but Andy Boone from Cardroom Direct donates a poker table. We have all kinds of prizes from Grosvenor Casinos, and we made it into a fun party, and we had a good time. And Cav's sorely missed, especially on the Irish scene, because he loved everybody over here. They loved him. Yeah, he got a bit loud when he'd had a Guinness or two, but the IPO and the Dublin Poker Festival and all the winter festivals, he absolutely loved coming over to Dublin. So yeah, and I'm not sure what the plans are for returning the Cav Cup, whether it's going to be on or not, and what's going to happen. Well, I'm sure we need some kind of party to celebrate poker getting back to some kind of normality. Would be good. But yeah, Cav, well and truly missed in the poker scene, thought about a lot. And Janet, his missus, still comes to Blackpool, and she'll be there for the GUKPT next week, I'm sure. Is the pot showing wrong each hand? 50k, 100k, 100k? No, the blinds are 50,000 small blind, 100,000 big blind, and the big blind ante is 100,000 as well. So every time the person's on the big blind, which this hand is seat 6, he puts in 100,000 big blind and then 100,000 ante. It saves everybody putting in the ante every hand, and the dealer saying blinds in, antes in, antes in, antes to everybody. So he doesn't do that. But Ray is on the big blind, and Ray is in the big blind. So he will have put 100,000 ante in and 100,000 big blind. So that's how it pans out. Do you know what? I remember that MJF. We were all on Harzand as well. Its first race, didn't it win? Didn't it win at something like 25-1? And then was like 7-4 favourite for the Derby, and everybody was on it. We were, I think that was at the Burlington. We were all in the sports bar area watching this horse, and he just romped home. And we got the tip for this horse. Watch this horse called Harzand, and it's gonna be amazing. And I'm sure we were all on it in the bar, and I mean all on it. And then eventually, it went on to win the Derby. Ah, right, Neil. I'll check the size of the pot. If it is, it's just an error, and we'll get on the graphics.
Start in just under 2 minutes. That's all minute finals for final two.
If it is, we will let you know. Yeah, pot 650k. Yeah, we'll get that sorted and changed for you. Nice spot, Neil. So yeah, the pot's not a million. Nice spot, Neil. Yeah. It's a bank holiday Monday as well. Obviously, now we're aware we're on a 30-minute delay with the live stream, so obviously for 30 minutes the pot sizes will be wrong. Apologies for that. But good spot, Neil. I've just been down to kick ass and we sorted it. Thank you. Well, it does get sorted. But obviously we're on a 30-minute delay, so apologies for the excessive size of the pots. But good spot, Neil. Thank you very much indeed. MJF says it was Easter Sunday. He won the first race at Cork. I gave it to him at Irish Open on Good Friday. That's correct. That's right. We were at the Irish Open at the Burlington, and everybody got on it. Everybody. And I mean, even I had £2 on it. I remember it well. Brilliant, Arzand, and then he went on to win the Derby. It was brilliant. Kev Blue says Kev made the final table of the Irish Open mini main. Getting ready to come down, deciding to start the day on water. Got a text from Kev saying, come on Kev, you snooze, you lose. Get down at 12 to find 2 pints of Guinness just being put on the bar waiting. Absolutely unbelievable. We've got a treat for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't oversell it.
He's done his hair, and there he is, right in the corner, right up there.
Oh, wow, we've got a picture.
Yeah.
Look at those handsome fellas.
There's still no grey hairs on that. What's that all about?
There might be 1 or 2 now, I have to say.
How's your week been, David?
It's been kind of a mixed bag. I think I probably lost money, but I've made some runs, so it's kind of, I'm not going to complain. I played the Luxon 1K.
Yeah.
No good. Made day 2 with a bit of a stack.
What a
no
good turnout that was.
Great turnout. Great to see a real appetite for that buy-in level. I'm really glad Nick had the foresight to put something like that on. Obviously, the IPO much more associated, rightly so, with grassroots.
Yeah.
200 quid games, 150 quid side events, 300 main. But actually, no live poker in Ireland for the best part of 2 years.
Yeah.
There was a real hunger, and there's a lot of guys who do like jumping in the 1Ks,
Yeah.
and obviously there's a lot of guys who like taking a trip from the UK to jump
Absolutely.
in the 1K.
I was actually unaware till we came over that this is actually the first actual festival since lockdown restrictions were lifted.
The last one and the first one.
Yeah.
No. So we're holding hands with our one from, it's 20 months ago now.
Yeah.
But what is great is that, yes, great turnout for the Luxon event, great turnout for the main event, almost cracked 1,000. I really thought we were going to crack 1,000 at one point.
Yeah.
Just didn't do enough re-entries myself. That was the problem. I could have got us over the line if I'd run worse. And yeah, even the side events, packing out the room. I think we've got 130, 140 in the high roller right now.
Yeah.
They're going to be playing out. They'll be playing out past the final table. I'd say even when the final table's finished in 4 or 5 hours' time, they're probably going to be still going. And yeah, all the side events, really good turnouts on all of that stuff too. So no, just absolute success. Obviously not done under ideal conditions. Nick O'Hara is an absolute warrior. Seen it firsthand, up close over the last month or so.
Yeah.
All the planning he did. I tell you, there's a lot of gamblers in this room. He's a gambler too, because we didn't know for sure this event would go ahead 100% until Wednesday, and he'd already sunk a lot of investment into it happening. So huge props to him, not just for being the great organizer that he is, but for taking a risk as well, and showing a bit of moxie and putting some skin in the game too. It's a real credit, and thank you, of course, for bringing your team over here. It's wonderful to have the TV coverage whenever we have these events.
Yeah.
I know that the people at home love to watch it. I know these guys will be watching it back later on to see if they did the right thing, or even just to enjoy a moment of posterity.
That's also one of the best things about it. You can watch it at your leisure whenever you want to, and if you want to clip bits out of it and put it into your poker groups and say, what did I do wrong here and what did I do right there, and did I do things differently? Exactly. It's fantastic. It really is.
And I join you now at quite an exciting time. We're on the bubble.
We are, for the final table. We're in the money, but we're on 10 to make it 9 in the final table.
Very good.
So we've got 2 tables of 5.
Do we have a short stack on this table or the outer table?
No, our short stack was 1.2 mil with the blinds coming in at 100k, so 12 bigs.
Okay, that's short enough then. We're definitely keeping an eye out for them. I did play with a lot of these guys yesterday there. Yeah. I see Mr. Birmingham there still got a big stack. He had a big stack yesterday. He was the chip leader at my table.
Yeah. So no good in the main event for yourself?
In the end, no. Well, sure, you got to rail it for. I was listening. I watched you back talking about how unlucky I was. I know I wasn't that unlucky. It was only a flip, but it was great fun. And in fairness, the guys were, it was a good standard overall. Yeah. And Darrow Carney managed to make a nice run as well. I think he peaked at around 500k, but being the great man with the short stack that he had, he nursed that 500k further than I nursed my million stack at the dinner break. So I think he ended up in the 20s. I was in the 30s.
Yeah. Were you happy with the Ace Queen?
Oh, look, that's super standard stuff. Obviously cut off open, and I'm going to go with Ace Queen all day. I was delighted to see a hand like Ace Queen. I was thinking, wow, he could call me with Ace 10 here and Ace Jack, so I could have been in a dominating spot even. Yeah. And of course, there's a lot of times where he's just going to muck his King 10 or whatever he opened with too. So that was a pretty standard one. Just problem was the Ace or Queen didn't come. That's my one objection to what happened.
Run it twice.
That's it.
Yeah, and the only time we've seen Dara on the feature table this week is when he had his aces cracked.
I know, yeah.
That was it. We didn't see him on the feature yesterday.
So the feature has boxed us both, in fairness. But I know it's been great. It's been great as well. So I have some fantastically close friends in poker who are Irish, even though I live abroad these days. Dara Davey, Jason Tompkins have been here playing everything as well, and just seeing just the general crack of everyone out there. It is absolutely wonderful to see many people enjoying the festival.
Have you seen people this year that you've not seen for a few years that started to drift away from the scene, but because it's the first festival back, you've seen people think, I'm not seeing you for a few years. How are you doing?
Absolutely, and actually what I would say is some of the guys who play very big have come out for this. You know, guys who you wouldn't expect to come in for a 300 festival have decided, I'm just coming for a bit of poker, I'll come anyway. So, no, it's really good to see that kind of turnout. We had Steve O'Dwyer in the high roller, can I just point out?
Yeah.
Steve O'Dwyer with his 30 million in career earnings, hopped in the 500, busted, and hopped in again. He did the re-entry as well.
Wow.
So I don't know if he's still out there now. He might not be, but he did fire 2 bullets in this one for sure. And you know, look, Steve has moved here. I think in the last year or so.
Yeah.
I think maybe beginning of the year he decided he was going to leave. I want to say Amsterdam. He was in and move back to Dublin. He had been here before, and you know, he's one of the game's absolute great players. I know he took a bit of time off this year, but you know, making his comeback here at the IPO.
Absolutely. It has been a fantastic festival, and there's just been events and events and events. Yesterday there was like 8.
There's so
8
many
games
things
starting at some point during the day, and the cash games, flipping heck. You're on about people taking a gamble.
Yeah.
Oh
no,
my
they're-
days!
They're a bit juicy.
Some of those cash tables have been amazing.
Yeah, there's a couple of big PLO games in the room. They're still happening right now. But anyway, let's eyes down here because we're
Yes.
surely going to go final table any moment.
Yeah, we're on 10. No action from the outer tables. Obviously, we can't show you the action. If we do get an elimination on the outer tables, you'll only hear it from the players moving across and the play being paused for the start of the final. I don't think if we get to a final in the first session, we're going to end up taking a break because they've only just literally just.
Oh, they just
started
came
again.
back today. Okay.
So I've only been playing for 30 minutes, so you never know. So there'll always be somebody at the table say, "Can we just go and have a fag break? Can we just take 10 minutes?"
That's it.
There'll always be somebody.
Nice openable one here for Craig. He's got the offsuit ace. These work really well as your classic kind of open folds. If you get pushed back on, they don't play so well against the reshoving range, so you can let them go. But always worth opening them up here off the 24 big blind stack. Ray's probably got a call here. He is short though, is the only thing I'd say, but I think he's probably just got a flat against a button opening range here and just go with equity. If he does pick up the 9-7, the 9-8 board, if he obviously picks up a jack or a 10, that's presuming it's the second pair at least. I think he's probably just got to go with it. So let's have a look here. Obviously we could see some carnage here. We could eliminate our 10th place finisher.
Bit of paint on the flop. Queen 5-5 is the flop.
So the beauty of this spot here is obviously all the advantage with Craig here. He has missed the board, but he's going to be good most of the time with just ace high. I think he can fire a really small c-bet most of the time here. You know, pot is obviously about 550k. He can probably fire as little as 125, 150. Does look like he fired. I didn't see the size, but he did fire a little bet there and got it done.
How's Simon doing, guys, on the outer table? Well, he's still in. We can't give you an update on his chip stack, but we can give you a definite yes, he's still in at the moment. Any news on the outer tables, Clive? Watching in the Philippines? What time is it in the Philippines? Is it tea time? Is it morning?
I'd say it could be night time.
Night time.
I'd say they could be quite late.
Oh yeah, he does normally tune in after a tequila or two. Does our Clive. I remember going over to the Philippines to do the first Asian poker tour back in 2000 and
Amazing.
2009.
You're in Manila, were you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did. They wanted to do 4 or 5 events, but they only ended up doing 2. They did Macau and Manila.
Dara O'Kearney told me a great story about being invited. He was an invited celebrity player to go out to the Philippines to play in the Manny Pacquiao Open. Pacquiao was in the midst of a political campaign, I believe.
Yeah.
He fancied jumping in a poker tournament with his name on it, thinking that'll look good, all-rounder, Renaissance man, and whatnot. Dara goes out for the main event. I think he busted the main event, unfortunately, but there was this special Manny Pacquiao tournament which had 20 people, celebrities from all over the world travel. He sits down in the tournament. I'm stealing the story off you here, Dara. I know you might have told it better. He sits down in the tournament. They play about an orbit. Pacquiao's at the table. The camera crews are everywhere. They're filming all the players, getting little single shots. And after one orbit, they go, "Okay, we have enough footage there. Thanks a million, guys." Sent everyone away. It wasn't a real tournament. He didn't know that. Then they took a photo of Manny with the trophy. Like he'd won the thing, cut that into their little montage, and the lads are like, "Well, we were just props. We were sent here as props."
Oh, brilliant! Oh my days! As if it's just round the corner.
I know, right? Like, you've been on the plane for 14 hours. Oh. In fairness, there was a standard 1K that I know he got thrown into, so he was given something for his troubles. But it was a funny one when they were all under the assumption this is a real tournament. They all had their chips out. They're all raising and betting. film being taken, and then after one level, it's like, okay, you can all go back to your rooms.
We have just had the information that there is no break for the final because we've just lost Dan Fox on the outer table in 10th place for £2,850. We're going to have a redraw and we're going to have the final 9 players. We've just been told they're pausing the clock, but there is definitely no break. And it's, as Pat said, is there a break? You've been playing for 30 minutes, Pat.
Well, huge congratulations, and obviously the commiserations too to Daniel Fox. I'm sure he is gutted right now. Maybe he'll wake up in the morning and feel like it was a good weekend's work, but he'll be feeling the sting right now. Never nice to go out just before the final feature table.
Absolutely.
Hopefully he got some TV time over the last day or two, but we've got a really packed final table here to watch now over the next 4 or 5 hours, guys. Tune in for this one. I think it's going to be really, really interesting. We've got some big stacks. We're going to see some moves, I think.
I think so. There is no break, but it will be 10 minutes before the action restarts because all the players will be moving around from table number 2 on to table 1 and getting themselves in position.
Absolutely.
So it's...
in fact, do you know what we're going to do? Dara O'Carney has told me, I'm just getting word now in my earpiece, he says every single player on this table who made the final table of the IPO 2021, we're back playing poker in Ireland for the first time in a long time. Every single member of this final table should get a copy of his new book, Endgame Poker Strategy. In fact, there I go. Look at me there. Look, see me in bottom left screen. I've just arrived with them.
That's amazing.
Space-time continuum.
That's a great touch. That is a great touch.
He signed them. He's wished them all the best of luck on the final table.
Yeah.
And of course, we're only going to have one winner, but at least all of them will take away, the keys to the kingdom. Frankly, I'm not going to lie to you. You read that book, you're just going to be making the next final table and the one after. And look, if any of these guys do happen to make a catastrophic ICM mistake in the next few hours, they'll be able to read about what a huge mistake it was when they go to bed tonight.
No, what have I done? As you can see, the players coming around, this will be the final. The final 9 will be Pat Birmingham, Jamie Cusack, Pete Wigglesworth, Craig Smith, Ray Bryant, Dominic Nasik, William McComb, Fortius Tamaris and Simon Junevane. I know Simon's son was watching yesterday. He was writing his new list on what he wanted for Christmas.
Oh yeah,
as the money went up, the list was getting longer.
Yeah, we're into iPads and all sorts of good stuff now. Shout out to Peter Wigglesworth.
Yes.
Obviously, he's been a absolute regular on the UK and Ireland poker scene for many's the year, and he's put himself in a really good spot here, 3 of 9. I had to say, my money's on Pat Birmingham. This guy has absolutely just raffle-stomped everyone who's come anywhere near him for the last 2 days. I can't see it ending. And
then every time you saw him with the hand, he got the chips, but then he saw the aces, the kings, the queens, the ace, king, the aces, and it's like, yeah, that'll do. When you're running well and you got the chips, and you get the cards. But as we all know, it's you don't always win with the best hand, but it's always nice to try.
Yeah. Can I point out as well, and this is something that I know Dara would be championing, and I absolutely agree with him as well, poker doesn't often market as well as it can to the older demographic. Yeah. The older demographic is sometimes forgotten about in favour of all the young bucks, and while of course it's great to grow the game and you have to find new players, and I absolutely appreciate that, that's part and parcel of it, there are so many older guys who take up poker or play a bit of poker recreationally who then get more free time as they get a bit older. I don't know why we don't market it. This final table, and certainly the feature table I played yesterday, stands to reason. This is a stat, this is a true stat, I'm not making this up. I was the youngest person at the table for the first time in a long time that I've played poker. I was the youngest person at the feature table yesterday, and you can see here plenty of lads in their 40s, 50s and even older again who've made it this far, so credit to them. It just goes to show there's a lot of talented guys who you might refer to as seniors. They might not be referred to positively by some of the young guys coming through, but I'm telling you, these guys can play poker. And they've also had maybe a bit of time off over the last 18-20 months to sharpen up their games. They might have been playing on the apps, they might have been playing on the sites, they might have been playing in some home games with their kids. But and here we go, that's a nice moment now. We get the photograph of everybody lined up.
We are just about set for the final of the Unibet IPO. First festival back in Dublin for nearly 2 years, and it is so good to be back. Who's going to win it? As Clive's watching at 9:11, so they're 7 hours in front. In the Philippines, plenty of time to watch the final of the IPO. Smile, Pete. Go on, Simon. Give us a smile. There you go.
That will do. Thank you so much. Good luck.
So we're in a 10-minute break.
Yeah, I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed playing with Simon yesterday. He absolutely, when I look back, I was so funny. He'd been doing a bit of limp calling. He'd been doing a little bit of kind of like cagey, oh, I've got a nice suited hand, I'll limp in, and then if they raise, I can afford the call. And sort of like, you know, old school poker, I'll be honest, but he was putting manners on me a few times. And then finally he 3X's from the cutoff, and I think I had 23 bigs. I looked down at ace jack. In the small blind, I'm like, okay, this is a standard shove. But I was like, he's fucking limped all day. He's been limping, and now he raises, and I'm totally spooked. I let it go. I look back on the coverage. What did he have? Queen 9 off. I got completely wrecked by these guys. Leveled, wrecked, you name it.
Brilliant.
So you can try and apply the live read. You can go off the GTO principles, and you get yourself caught out, unfortunately, because these guys are playing good. And they're mixing it up and they're confusing you. So no, I'm looking forward to this final table. I got to say, it's been building. 3 days of poker. In fact, include all the different day ones. 6 flights into this one, hyper flight, a couple of turbo flights.
Yeah.
And it's all boiled down to these 9 men.
So all the guys just moving to the final table as we speak. David Lappin in the top. Have you got plans now at more or less coming out of lockdown? We've got travel restrictions lifted. We know about Vegas and you can fly over because they've added extra flights to the main event. Will you start looking at a calendar for the end of this year and the start of 2022?
100%. It literally went from 0 to 60 in no time. Myself and Darragh Carney are going to... he lives in Dublin, I live in Malta. We are flying to London to fly to Vegas on the 8th.
Yeah.
We're going to be in there on a flight that gets in around 9 p.m. on the 8th, and we play the 9th. So Mustard Keen, we're going to be playing the main event this year, obviously. Hugely looking forward to that one. That is obviously unquestionably the biggest tournament in the world.
Obviously, the
a
right
chance
thing
at
to
10
do.
million.
The guys at the World Series obviously thinking on the feet regarding travel restrictions being lifted on the 7th.
Yeah, credit to them. I think it took them about 20 minutes to realise that there was an opportunity to add 2 day 2s or 2 day 1s and get about 1,000 Europeans to make last minute flights. It is absolutely brilliant. I'm really looking forward to it.
But the weird thing is that the final 2 flights should be the toughest poker ever.
Yeah, that's probably
because all the big players that got the 10K are going to be travelling over, whereas the regs and the locals are going to be playing day 1A, B, C, and D.
You raise a great point, and I think it offers up the possibility of, like, are you smarter going straight into day 2 with some of the recreational guys? You can do that. That's an option. I'm definitely going to consider that.
Yep.
Probably do a bit of a pitch report on the day, see what it looks like.
Yep.
If it's as you described, I think jumping into day 2 directly with
somebody
75 bigs not bad.
75 bigs, is it?
Yeah, it's because the structure's amazing. 75 big blinds on day 2 with 2-hour clock. It's an unbelievable structure. So if you get in at that stage, I think it's absolutely fine. You can make progress from there. But equally, people are making the counter argument right now. I'm hearing of going, well, a lot of recreational players love coming in for the last possible flight because they don't want to be hanging around in Vegas. That's a good counter argument. So all of these factors will be thrown into the melting pot, and we'll make our decision. But anyway, the one thing I'm delighted is that I will be going over to play. I'll be playing the main. It'll be the first one I play, and then once the main is over, hopefully that will be on day 12 for me. But if it happens to be day 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever, I will be straight into side events. They've got a really big schedule of events running all the way for till basically the end of the main. So I'm going to be playing stuff regardless every day, and then come back I think on the 23rd of November and probably have a week or 2 at home, and then I'm eyeing up EBT Prague.
Oh yes, that's the first EBT that's back. What a place to start though.
Yeah, great spot.
Beautiful.
So looking forward to playing that one, and then of course Unibet are bringing back the Unibet Opens in 2022. We don't know exactly when in 22. It looks likely at this point that we won't have one in the first quarter at least. So we may look to partner up with some some established live brands there. Maybe do something with Nick, maybe do something with Kings of Talon. These are all sort of options being thrown around at the moment, I know. And if these options come to fruition, then that is a great thing. Obviously, it's wonderful to partner with people who are desperately trying to bring poker back. If they're on the ground, if they're running their local live events, and by partnering up with Unibet, you can have that little extra something maybe with the satellite qualifiers, or just the extra boost that a big brand like Unibet can bring. I think it's a really good thing, and I think it's the kind of thing we should be doing.
3 minutes, please start retaking your seats.
So as you can see, we are on a short break for the final table to begin. We lost Daniel Fox in 10th on the hour table. We have a seat draw. Sorry, I've been given the seat draw.
Go for it there. While you do that, I'm going to give a shout out to Jason Glatzer in the chat. Great to
Wacky.
see you there, Jason.
How you doing, Wacky? Oh, to see you again very, very soon.
And sure, look, while there's nobody on the screen,
Yes.
I suppose we can all just take a moment to admire the book cover of Endgame Poker Strategy, the ICM book, which was designed by my girlfriend Sharon.
Was it? All right, okay.
She's designed the book covers for all of Dara and Barry's books.
Yeah.
I think she's done a fantastic job with this one. She might have even done her best job yet out of the three with this one. I think this might be my favourite. But I think the 3-book series now comes together really nicely, sort of all about the varying implications of ICM on poker tournaments. Obviously, it's very extreme in the satellite stuff. It's what Darren's famous for. His satellite book has sold millions, I think, literally millions. New York Times bestseller, as far as I remember. I say that jokingly, but as poker books go, my God, it has sold big. Satellite Strategy is probably the biggest selling poker book, bar anyone's poker books in the world in the last couple of years. So credit to them that. PKO has gone really well as well. Not quite as massive as Poker Satellite Strategy, but still huge.
There's so many people that were watching the live stream and we were announcing that PKOs were live. They were saying, how on earth do you manage them live? And I think over here it's the only place that do them. But they do them so well and they're just so busy.
Yeah, no, and they're really fun format. I think that's the beauty of it, and I think Darren Barry realising how popular the format was online, sort of saw the future, thought it's only going to get bigger online, it's probably only going to get moved into a live arena in some form, and let's have a book talking about the strategy, because there is loads of unique strategy and situations you get yourself into in PKOs that I think they have addressed better than anyone else right now, and it's a really complicated area of the game, because a lot of the decision making can be counterintuitive. It's clearly a game where your general principle is going to be much looser. And they talk about all the adjustments that you want to make from your maybe stock game in a vanilla tournament to how you adjust for that. Obviously, Satellite was all about the adjustments needed for satellites. And then this one, which is why it's such a perfect trio, is the end game of tournaments. So approaching the bubble, when ICM gets really big in the bubble, when it gets really big right now. Actually, we're probably at the point in the tournament where the ICM is at its most extreme. Going to the final table, first 2 or 3 spots at the final table. This is the highest ICM situation you'll find in a tournament. So these guys, like the middling stacks, for example, on our feature table now, we'll be talking about it during the hands, are going to be put under miserable conditions by hopefully the big stacks who are aware of that, and they'll be applying some of the concepts that you can learn in Endgame Poker Strategy. And I think it's a beautiful trio of books. I know the boys are working away on a 4th one. I don't think it'll be part of the same series. I think they might try and do maybe a 2 or 3 book series on another subject in poker, but again, it's just like probably giving too much information away, frankly, as a fellow professional. As much as I like to promote the books, because I know they work very hard on them and I know they're really good, there's a part of me that hates them for it too. I'm not going to lie.
When is Prague, says Pete Dixon? The 6th to the 10th of December, I do believe.
That's going to be the national, and then I think the 8th, the 11th or 12th maybe
8th to the
December,
11th, okay.
And then the EPT is the week after that. So that's going to be a huge festival, you would assume. I know Poker Stars are planning on ramping up, so you can plan a lot of live events probably from them next year.
Brilliant.
It's going to be 2022 is hopefully going to be semi-normal, and we're going to be filling our calendar full of poker events. I hope there's going to be some Unibet ones in there. As I said, in the early part of the year, some partnerships with great organisers like Nick O'Hara, people can hopefully satellite them through our online client at unibetpoker.com.
I can imagine Prague and Wenceslas Square in December.
That's gorgeous.
Just be
drinking
amazing.
the mulled wine, eating the sausages, smoked cheese.
Oh, you sold it already?
Yeah.
Even if there's no poker, I think I'll be there.
Oh yeah, I regularly go to Prague for no poker. It's probably my girlfriend and my favourite spot.
Yeah, there's some fantastic walks around there, and
beautiful
the
city.
bridges, the castle.
Beautiful city.
And went to the MPT that was in Prague.
Was that the very last one or the second last one?
No, the second last. Yeah, the
Yes.
last one was Madrid.
Madrid, that's right. Sorry, I was at both. That was a fabulous. Always great to go to.
Yeah.
And actually be playing a different casino because I'd only ever played in the atrium.
Yeah.
So it was nice to go to. I forget the name of the place, but it was a lovely little
Is
casino.
it the Rebuy Stars or
That's
something
the one.
like that?
Yeah, strange old name, but it was a nice venue and interesting building.
We had a meet and greet in a castle, underground. It was bizarre, but it was great.
I remember. There's a few nice photos of us at that one. I remember Cat Arnsby was with us.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really good because everybody was just everywhere all around the castle because it was just all caves and little spots here and there.
Yeah,
it was so
beautiful.
good. It was good fun.
It really was. It was
We might
good.
have to look at the flights for Prague and get over there for a few days because it does sound fantastic. And as David said, slowly getting back to semi-normality. This is what everybody seems to want.
And you know what? That's why it was so important. I think, again, I know I'm harping on here, Nick O'Hara taking a bit of a risk, really coming in here day one, like the first day you were allowed to have live poker in Ireland.
Yeah.
Nick had a 1,000 runner festival poker the very first minute, like literally very few minutes were spared to try and like get this right out as quick as possible. But it was just so important. It was so important to him. It was so important to Unibet as well that we are there. The re-emergence, the return of live poker in Ireland, and to be a big part of that was so important to us.
We got the ferry book not knowing that the actual game was on.
I know, right?
It was like let us in.
Same with my flights. I was thinking, if I find out it's not happening, will I even get on this flight? I have some family who I kind of made some plans. I had a round of golf booked, but I was like, I might just stay at home here. I don't know.
So as you can see, the players are coming back. They're going to be reading the strategy book. See the endgame strategy. They'll all be there. They'll not be playing hand in last four-handed.
Look, this is like real-time assistance. There's enough of the RTA scandals in poker now. Everybody reading Dara's book at the table. Come on.
It's like having Dominic Nietzsche sat there with his GTO and all that at the table. Just reading, what do I do now? What shall I do?
Max Silver snap shove, endgame poker strategy open. Sure, like, look at this. He's got charts out, guys. What's going on?
Unbelievable. So as you can see, players are just sitting down for the final of the IPO. In seat 1 is Ray Bryant. In seat 2 is Pete Wigglesworth. 3 is Simon Junevane. Jamie Cusack in seat number 4. In 5 is Craig Smith. Fortius Tamaris in seat number 6. In 7 is chip leader Pat Birmingham on just under 6 mil. Dominic Nasik. Dominic has been in seat number 9 or 8, sat there, every time he's been on the feature. He's never been in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7. And in seat number 8, Will McComb, in seat number 10 as it is, but the 9th player on the table is Will McComb, making up the final table of the first festival back. And the cards are out for the first hand on the final.
And before we see any other hands, I just want to say, and take this opportunity as well, to say credit to you, Tower. You're a one-man show sometimes over this weekend. I know Darren and I wanted to get in as often as possible. We also wanted to play a bit of poker.
Absolutely.
So while we were in the tournaments, we couldn't. But it is lovely to sit down beside you. It's always great to work with you. You are a consummate pro. You are the default anchor man who can kind of keep the show on the road, whether it's partnered up with someone like me talking shite here beside you now, or even just running it as a solo operation. I really appreciate it too.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. It was a long one yesterday. You guys are fighting all the way through all day, and it was I think by the time all the redraws had done and all the breaks had finished, it was 2:31. We even checked the clock last night. It was like, we looked around in the room, it was like, there's nobody here. But no, it's great to be back live, and we love Dublin. You know that how we go on about coming back over here.
Absolutely. Well, you said there, Pat Birmingham has been the beneficiary of a lot of hands.
Yeah.
He's first out. He's woken up with the jacks here, Photius is in the big blind, has the king-8 off. If it's suited, I think it's definitely a mandatory call.
Yeah.
I like the fold there. It's obviously a raise come from early position. He can be easily dominated. I think it's a nice spot to let it go there. Again, suitedness maybe changes it a little bit, but again, he's one of the players going to be put under ICM pressure. If Birmingham's in the pot, everybody else can go broke that hand.
15 bigs is short stake for two of our players. And as you saw there, Pat 61 bigs as chip leader. Running across the bottom of the screen is the payouts for the final and what we are playing for, as well as the trophy and the book. They've already got a trophy. They've already got the book.
That's it. It's a trophy in itself.
It's a win-win situation for everybody involved. €46,590 and the trophy and the book for first place.
Yeah, it's great. All the online qualifiers were entitled to a book. They stopped by Dara and Barry's book launch on Friday. It was sort of like we've had a few mini book launches because we've had a few of them because, of course, the nature of poker, getting the two boys free. Barry was also playing some poker this weekend at the same time was not easy. So we had a little book launch on the Friday. I think we had another one on Saturday. It's been really good fun. People have been stopping by, claiming their free book. And getting it signed by the lads, and maybe some words of wisdom going in there in the front cover too. Call here from Pat with the Queen 9-0. Again, great spot for him to actually be really aggressive when Jamie opens up the Jack 6, which, let's be honest, nice little, it's a loosey-goosey one here with the Jack 6 suited here from the cutoff. It's such a great spot for to Pat to call because he's got all this ICM pressure in the hand. He knows that Jamie will not love being in a hand with him. If Jamie goes out now, he's probably sitting in 4th or 5th place. It's a disaster if he goes out in 9th. Now, Jamie has flopped top pair, but Pat's going to be somewhat interested here with the good shot. Jamie wisely checks back. I think that's really smart actually. He's got a hand that he's almost going to treat like a bluff catcher now across two streets. Pat will probably fire out here. He's got a good semi-bluff candidate. And he does 2-2-5. I like this bet from Pat. There's going to be a lot of ace-x hands, king-x hands in Jamie's range that he can get to fold in this situation. So there is some potential exploitation there. Jamie very much in bluff catching mode now. I think Pat's going to go for this over two streets. Probably feels like his opponent might have maybe a pair of 9s or an ace-8 or something like that. He might be able to get him off it with a nice big bet. But we know, of course, Jamie has been playing rope-a-dope with that jack. Also not hugely confident that he's always going to be good there. The jack is obviously top pair in this board, but he is dominated by some jacks. But I think he's actually played very well by Jamie, I got to say there, and he's chipped up nicely, taken a few chips off Pat, who's now going to be a little sad. That
I've lost
not
hand.
$6 million anymore.
I've lost a hand. What do I do? Going back to Unibet and the lateness of getting people here in Dublin, how tough is it for them to put on the satellites to get the qualifiers over?
Do you know what we did? We just took a view of let's assume it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Let's run it. We've had satellites going for, I think, the best part of 6 weeks now. Every weekend, every Sunday, there was a final. There was feeders every day of the week leading up to that final. Finals got big numbers, usually smashed. I think we were guaranteed maybe 6 seats. They usually got 8 or 9. I think we ended up with 70 or 80 qualifiers coming through the Unibet ranks. People were also able to buy in directly through Unibet, which was a nice little innovation we had this year too. I think people appreciate that too. They can use their poker account. And if it hadn't happened, well, then there's going to be a lot of people with IPO tickets sitting in their Unibet accounts, and we probably would have had to think on the fly, maybe do an online version if the event got postponed, maybe honour it for those who wanted to have them for the postponed event. We didn't have a fully worked out plan in the eventuality of it going wrong. We were very much working on the assumption it was going to go right, and we would have had to think on our feet, but I think it would have been something like that. Certainly the players would always have been honoured with the value of their tickets won anyway, that's for sure.
Thankfully it went right, as we're back live.
Button open here from Photius, and again Pat keen to get involved here with the King Jack. Seems pretty reasonable. He's getting a bit unlucky with these flops here. Queen 10 obviously a favourable flop for Photius. I wouldn't be surprised if he did the exact same thing and check back. So it's a very similar hand to the last one, where Pat's in there with the hand. Ooh, now he's picked up an interesting one. Pat may well lead at this one too, but of course we know that's top 2 for Photius. No, Pat has checked. And Fody is clearly going to go for some value with 2 pair now, feeling much better about his hand.
This is a check call all day for Pat.
Do you know what? It could be a check raise. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a check raise spot. Pat might be thinking to himself he didn't fire the flop, so he's slightly capped his range by that. Or maybe if he hasn't capped it, he's got queens, or he's got more moderate value. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see. He has gone for the call, so he's going to try and hit this first of all. He has missed now. So will Pat chance his arm here for a bluff, or will he be happy to check it? He could go for the bluff now on the river. 5 is an interesting card, could have hit Pat's range. He might be in there with an ace 5, 5-4, 5-6. Now, he has gone for a check, so he's pretty much given up here.
He will slide them in the muck. I can't see the king high calling for Pat Birmingham.
No. It was a legitimate opportunity there on the turn to go for the raise and put the pressure on. We know it wouldn't have worked, so maybe good instincts from Pat thinking, actually, I think I need to hit this draw and get some value if I hit it rather than the other way around. But yeah, definitely could have gone both ways there, I think, on the turn. So Pat's been dragged right back in now. Basically, Fodius, Dominic and Pat all rocking very similar stacks. Actually, Jamie's not far behind either. So no runaway chip leader anymore.
Not in the minute. And the 2 short stacks on 15 bigs, not short. And also with it, when you are short stacked as well, the new big blind ante gives you more time, more to study the table.
For sure it does.
You got a full orbit once you've gone through the blinds and the antes. It certainly helps the shorties in that situation.
Absolutely. I will say one thing, that last hand, I'm going to put it out there, I'd have actually really liked to have seen Pat raise that up pre-flop. I think King Jack offsuit in particular, it's a really nice hand to 3-bet there. You put a lot of pressure on the guy in the button, who is one of those guys you can apply ICM pressure to, and I think you just get a lot of folds when you do that, and you get to play in position. You get to play with the betting lead, even if you're out of position across later streets. I think you can take that away on later streets as well. So, Pat going for the more passive route at the moment. It's not worked out so far on this feature final table, but I saw enough of Pat yesterday to know that he makes a lot of good moves too.
So good afternoon, chat box. Good afternoon, watching wherever you might be in the world. We've got the Philippines watching. Where's Wacky Jackson? Is he back home in Lithuania? Has he been on tour? No, Bratislava was on, wasn't it?
You'd never know with Jason. He could be anywhere in the world.
There's a suitcase somewhere that's always packed.
That's it. So Craig raising up here from the hijack with the ace queen. He's just going to get it through here again, the king 6. If it was suited, probably a defend, not so when it isn't. Raise and take it there.
That is a stacked board. 48 bigs as chip leader.
Yeah, we got 6 of the players playing 33 bigs or more. And it's all kind of condensed in there. Nobody's got more than 50 either. So it's going to be a proper tussle, I think, today.
Yeah. One big hand, we have a new chip leader. It was like in the high roller, the super high roller that we live streamed for the final day.
Oh, that was a monstrous pot with Bucko.
Yeah, the monstrous pot with Bucko, and then the final 3 all had the lead during the final 3 players. They all had the lead at some point. It was a great watch. Yeah,
credit to Gary T. He's a fine young player in Irish poker. He has played big. He plays with the big boys, Gary. He likes to play higher stakes as well, and he has had some big high stakes results with that, I know. Live by the sword, die by the sword comes a lot of big swings, and I know Gary has the stomach for them. He's a race car driver, so he has the stomach for a lot of things, but he's credited himself very well. I thought he played superbly. I know he feels like a bit disappointed that he didn't close out. I think he had a lot of the chips, 5 left. But it goes that way sometimes.
Yeah. Interestingly, yesterday as well, they all made day 2 of the main event, the IPO. And within 5 minutes, all 3 of them went out together. Well, they all went out on different tables. It was really weird. We mentioned the 3 players that the entertainers the night before, and then the 3 names that got eliminated within 5 minutes were those 3 guys. It was really strange.
Wow.
Final table, IPO, first festival back in 2 years after the restrictions got lifted last week. And credit to the hotel as well. with the testing and the making sure everybody's safe. Nobody's had any issues whatsoever regarding coming into the hotel and the poker room as well.
No, it's been really well done. Obviously people have to produce their vaccine certs or their recent recovery certs or their PCR, which I think is valid for 48 hours. So if they did that way, they probably had to do it twice over the weekend. You get your bracelet again in the morning when you get your temperature done. It's actually the only tables in the whole room that have a proper button is a feature table. But the button on every other table in the room is a pot of hand sanitizer. And I'm not saying you're being forced to do it, but it's a gentle nudge once in orbit to maybe throw a bit on your hands.
Absolutely.
And that's just good for general sanitation. Obviously, chips are moving around here. I think that's really smart. Kind of wearing your mask when you're moving around. Similar to restaurant rules, if you're sitting at the table, you sort of, the mask can come off. It's the same where I live in Malta. We basically have identical rules here. We see here that the ace-10 is shoved into Peter's 8-7. He can't find a call with that hand.
Are we still 5-handed in Malta with the poker?
Yeah, they are still. So you can only have 6 people at a physical table. So with the dealer, that means you're 5-handed. I actually played a 5-handed festival, very small festival, one of the DSOs, Unibet DSOs, about maybe 2 months ago or maybe 2.5 months ago. And it was a bit funky playing 5-handed. I enjoyed it because you get to play half the hands, but it was more than half the hands probably. But it was a bit of fun.
I'm guessing if you play online a lot, that would help, wouldn't it? Because there's a lot of short-handed tables online rather than full rings all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was kind of like being in a Six Max tournament, which is a bit of fun.
BOM next year?
Yeah, you would assume it all comes back. I would assume BOM, I'd assume the Malta Poker Festival will be back, and I would assume a lot of these live operators, when they do finally put up their schedules, will feature a Malta stop. It's one of the most popular destinations.
Was it work? Was it just you like the climate?
Oh, for me to move there? Oh, do you know what? I went on holidays because Dara Davey, former 2-time UK IPT, Player of the Year, tremendous Irish poker player, and my former flatmate in Dublin left me, moved to Malta to live with another great Irish poker player, James Noonan, and kept saying to me, come out for a holiday, it's really nice out here, you'd enjoy it, bring your missus. And we eventually did, and then we didn't come home.
Wow.
We literally, and actually, poor old Dara, he invited us out for holidays. We moved into his house and we just took the spare room and we didn't leave. didn't leave for 4 months. Eventually he had to move out.
What a nice story.
Yeah, we've been there ever since. It's a lovely spot, I have to say. Weather is obviously...
Are you up in St Julian's?
We are in St Julian's, So about maybe 15-minute walk from the casinos.
Yeah.
And loads of nice restaurants around, little sliver of beach in front of us as well.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Lovely.
My little boy has grown up there, born in Malta in fact, so he knows nowhere else.
Excellent.
And he really likes the lifestyle of it too, you can tell.
Good stuff. Well, hopefully next year when things do start coming out of restrictions and getting back to normality, the BOM will be on and we'll be over there as well.
No
Fabulous
doubt.
place.
It'd be great
Fabulous
to see you there
place.
again. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, and another one of the great festivals on the schedule. In fairness, there's so many great European festivals. As excited as I am to be going off to Vegas now in 2 weeks' time, I love grinding the European circuit. I only do Vegas for the World Series. I don't go out any other time because it's just such a multiplicity of beautiful places you can travel.
Absolutely.
A couple of shitty ones too, not going to lie. If it's a big enough event, I might still go to it, but so many lovely European spots.
Gritted teeth. Afternoon, Ricky, watching the wee self's watching it from his hospital bed. We're slightly helping with the boredom while he's laid in his hospital bed. Afternoon, Brian. Get well soon.
Yeah, sorry to hear you're in hospital. Hope you're recovering.
Lady M362 says break your leg, Jamie. We've got a lot of fans in the chat box as Jamie. So you see 4.
Pat getting involved again here with the King Jack. He's got the best hand this time. And he will scoop a nice pot. Ship $1 million to Pat. The rich get richer.
Absolutely.
Finally back on an upward curve.
Yeah, we're all good, Brian. Thank you very much. The wee self, get yourself Get yourself better and back on the circuit ASAP.
Look at all these HUD stats you're producing here.
I
love
know,
this.
you know what?
It's all very sophisticated now.
Every now and
VPIPs.
again, at 840% for some reason, but that is pretty aggressive.
That's very aggressive. It's a lot of overbetting by the sounds of it.
Final of the Unibet IPO. 9 players left in. 50-minute levels for the final day, and also for day 2 yesterday as well. Increased from the 40.
Fabulous structure, gotta say.
Yeah.
40-minute day 1, 50-minute day 2 and 3.
Yeah.
It's so nice. It's just so nice. You have loads of time. If you do get short, you can wait for spots.
Yeah.
So you're never really put under pressure in this 50-minute clock. So for a 300 buy-in, it's outstanding.
Yeah. It is. A lot of people say exactly the same. Killian, go on, Jamie.
And there's no doubt that the Irish Open is the premier tournament in Ireland with all the history.
Yeah.
But very much right up behind it, the IPO is the grassroots poker festival of Ireland. It's the one that the pub players can get into. It's the one that, is really affordable. The satellites are super affordable. There's ways in
On a normal year, you're looking at half the field being satellite players. They're all coming in for €5, €10. Like instead of the pub games, the pubs will have pub leagues heading to the IPO.
Yeah.
It's fabulous. It really is.
Exactly, and that is the beauty of it here. That you can put on a festival, 1,000 runners, and you have people from all over the country, from the north, from coming over from the UK, online qualifiers, and give them a really good structure. Give them a main event structure for a 300 buy-in. It's fantastic.
Yeah, not everything has to be a 20-minute clock and fast and furious to get you in and get you out kind of thing.
Exactly.
It's a great structure. It's a great tournament. We love coming over. And nearly 1,000 players. Very close.
I know.
On the first live event back. 972 was a super effort. Well, this is the final. If you are just tuning in, the final 9 players. Daniel Fox was out in 10th. We're set for a fantastic day. Plenty going on in the room. There's still a couple of games you can buy into. The mini main. Are you playing the mini?
I might jump into the mini main, or I might just sit here and commentate with you. Both options seem equally charming right now. Pete Wigglesworth with the ladies. He's coming in for 260 here. Chunky enough raise here, going for the 2.6x. That's probably his standard raise, so I'm guessing he likes to go on the slightly larger size. Interesting spot here for Craig with the King Jack suited. Well, there's a spot where I think if Wigglesworth makes it 2 or 2.2, King Jack suited certainly considers it more, so maybe it just squeezes out 1 or 2 extra hands that it wouldn't do otherwise. This slightly larger bet. Obviously, in the situation where you've queens, you sort of want a bit of action.
Fortius is not folding. The way we've seen him play over the course of the week.
It's an interesting spot, to be honest, because Photius is going to be very aware that Pete is on the tight side. I think that's fair to say. I don't think Pete would mind me saying that. He's a very good, tight, aggressive player. And, he might feel like, I'm probably just dominated a little too often. Pete might open the King Jack, the Queen Jack himself, but he's not going to be opening too many looser hands. He probably feels, I could just far too easily be dominated here. Again, I think ace 3 suited, ace 2 suited, ace 5 suited, ace 4 suited, slam dunk, then you're happy to get in there because you can flop so much more equity with the potential flush draw. But I think when you got the ace 3 rag against someone like Pete from middle position, you're probably just not loving it. And I really do like that fold, I gotta say.
Well, Pete yesterday sat in exactly the same seat, survived with queens against the standard amazing flip of ace king, king on the flop, queen on the turn.
Boom.
Thank you very much.
That'll do.
And that'll do. The 2 out to save him. Sat in exactly the same seat yesterday afternoon during day 2. So maybe the ladies are looking down on Pete at this moment in time. Lines have just gone up for the first time today. 61.20.
Shout out to Des Duffy there of APAC fame. He's wishing Pete and Craig the best of luck. I'm guessing that they are regulars on the APAC tour.
What's happening with APAC? What can we say for APAC? It's 2022, is it coming back? Are we doing a tour? Are we doing a team event? What's happening, Des? Give us a bit of inside information, will you please? We'll not tell anybody.
So 30 bigs here. Pete has decided to limp in, interesting, from middle position, or sort of early-ish position.
Yeah, it just brings in so many hands. Like you say, an overbet with the queens to squeeze out some of the marginals,
Yeah.
and then limps the king queen. I know it's mixing it up, but
Yeah.
it brings in the jack 5.
Yeah, brings in the jack 5 for free. He's also brought in the button here, king 9 suited. I like that overcall. I think, king 9 suited is a pretty hand. Put in one big blind. Position is huge in poker, as we all know. Pretty dry board here, the 10-8 deuce. Opportunity here for the jack 5. Maybe Pat, if he had wanted to take a stab here, seeing some passivity from both players. But he decides to let another card peel off. You see the 8 and an ace on the river. Well, it's there for the taking, lads.
It is.
But it looks like everyone's happy to check it down, and the king queen will win. So the limp in and no further action will manage to take down effectively the blinds, and that one big blind from the button. But yes, I have to agree with you there. I would far more prefer to see an open there from Mr. Wigglesworth with the king queen suited. I think it's a really nice hand. King queen's lovely. And if you do face a bit more action, maybe depending on the villain, it's not even a bad 4-bet shove. But when you have the tight reputation like Pete does, I think you can probably open a hand like king queen, really happy to play against the blinds, and also really happy to fold to further aggression, because if they know you're tight and king queen's kind of low down on your range, they're probably fighting back at you with better, and you can actually reliably enough let it go. Anyway.
There's Duffy. Everybody's raring to go, so we're looking forward to a big opening event early in the new year. Watch this space.
Oh, cryptic.
Oi, oi. Oi, oi. Watch this space. Good to see you again, Des, next year when 2022 comes and things get even more back to normal. We have a first shove, the 17 bigs. It's Ray, 17 bigs. Ray in seat number 1 with the blinds at 61.20.
This is a very big shove from early position. I don't know if we know the cards. We certainly don't know them yet. It's a very big shove from early. Not sure what range of hands really wants to do this. Maybe like a medium pair. Much preferred to see with pretty much any hand a standard open in this spot, but he's obviously deciding he wants to keep it simple for himself and go for the shove. Again, we don't know the hand, so I'd be very curious to know what hand would make this decision. Ace king, well,
we might just find out. He's got the ace queen.
Wow, okay, this is super interesting, because ace king really should be considering an induce even from early position here, but it's certainly shoving it in there. It mightn't be my favourite option, but it's certainly a valid option. When you look down at the ace queen, there's no one behind you in the big blind. And you're probably thinking to yourself, what range would he do this with? And he probably should only be doing it with hands like maybe, if you are to construct a range, which I wouldn't like to do because I wouldn't like to shove 19 bigs, but if you are going to do it, I think maybe like ace jack suited is in there. I think maybe ace queen off is in there. And I think the pairs. And there's only one of those hands you're beating with ace queen off yourself.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think you'll probably find a way to let it go, because why would you take a flip? If the guy, and then we obviously see here that he is capable of doing it with the ace king.
And on the opposite side, if he makes it 250 or 270, Dom
I think
comes
the
over
queen,
the top, and then we get.
He flats or he comes over the top, and if he flats, it's also not a bad spot, because you probably get it all on an ace high board, and you probably win it much more often than not on the flop. Anyway, I would prefer to see people continue to open hands like this, but there is some ICM implications. I guess for Ray, he's probably not in last place, he's probably in second last. Maybe that tips it over to being like he should put more hands into his shoving range. Maybe this makes this shove a little bit better. But I have to say, I do think Dominic, considering the ICM pressure, we mentioned it there at the start, ICM is as big as it can possibly be right now. I think Dominic should come to the conclusion he's not doing this with ace jack enough.
No.
He's not doing it with ace 10 at all.
And then he's flipping with the pairs.
So you're flipping with the pairs, and you don't really want to take that flip at this stage. And it's a very good fold from Dominic. I like it. I think he's worked it out there. There is merit to the shove from an ICM perspective. I think ace king suited is just so beautiful that maybe I'd prefer to see a standard open. But look, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Absolutely.
Oh, there, sorry. And I apologise there. We see now Ray is actually in third last place, so that does give it a little bit more extra credibility to shoving rather than opening, because he's got two guys less than him, and it lessens the likelihood of him going out in ninth. So, do you know what? I'm starting to like it a little bit more. I thought he was in second last, and I would have probably taken a little bit more of a shot.
Ricky's watching and says, let's go, Ray, and make the call, Dominic. only because we could see the cards. Second level of the day. The blinds are up to 61.20. This is the final table of the Unibet IPO. And you're watching it live with David Lappin sat to my left, who's thinking about flicking in the mini. He's not too sure yet, but he might be flicking in the mini, which starts at, in fact, just started at 2 o'clock. Did the mini, but the late reg is for 9 levels, and they are 20-minute levels. So you've got 3 hours to get yourself into the mini. If you fancy flicking it in, and the last event is the last chance, starting at 6. Yeah, love. Hiya, Ben. Ben Junevane says Daddy's still holding in there. How long's the list? How long's the wish list now, Ben? Have we gone up to a car yet? Vegas if he wins it, apparently.
We got.
It's Brian sat in seat number 3.
What, the main?
Yeah.
Wow.
The list is getting bigger. Sorry, Simon, not Brian. Not Brian on the brain. Simon in seat number 3 was entertaining us last night, and the plan is Vegas and the main events if he wins it. Love it. Maybe bankroll management straight through the window. I'm winning 50. I'm going to blow it.
Bankroll management if you're not a professional player. Can't you just take your winnings and spend them?
Absolutely. 46,000 euros for the win. Straight to Vegas, main event. Here we come. That's Simon's plan. Well, that's Ben's plan.
What's Vegas, David?
Yeah.
What date are you going? Playing the main event?
Yeah, I'm going to travel for the last day one of the main.
Oh, yeah, just after this.
Just after this, exactly.
He's booked his flight, he's getting on that plane.
That's it.
Vegas, baby!
But we were all sort of hovering over the Skyscanner buttons, you know, waiting for Biden to make up his bleeding mind what day it would be. And then he said the 8th, and everyone went, shit, it's not going to work out. And then 12 seconds later, WSOP said, here's another day. And everyone went, okay.
And did the prices shoot up?
I got in before they did because I was literally hovering over the Skyscanner. So I think we did well, but I think they have shot up since. I think it would be a bit more expensive to book it tomorrow.
You won't be worried coming home with 8 mil.
That's it.
6.
Nice.
It's only 6 and not that one.
Yeah, economy on the way back if he's only 6.
Nice bit of banter there between the boys.
Absolutely.
Cody's here with the 8-4 suited. A loose open here, but maybe something he would consider. He does have Pat behind him. Lets it go. You feel from the pause he took over the 8-4 suited, he might have got in there with the 8-6 suited. Folds all the way around now to the blinds. And all in from Will, who is one of our short stacks. He's going to get this through right here. Jack 6, easy decision. Can ditch that one. So still no bust outs as these lads approach half an hour of play here on the final table. I wouldn't say it's been cagey. We've seen plenty of pots.
No, that's right.
But it just hasn't turned into a bust out as of yet.
9 players out of 972. What a battle. What would you normally be doing on Bank Holiday Monday if you were still in Dublin?
If I was living in Dublin,
Yeah. What happens on Bank Holiday Monday in late October?
Sort of like probably like a hangover. Maybe,
Good answer. I like that.
maybe struggle out of bed at 3 o'clock, go to the cinema. I don't know. It's definitely a recovery day.
Is it half term for the kids?
It
as
is
well?
actually that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. The kids tend to be off for Halloween, so
Yeah.
actually these days obviously my little boy is so excited about Halloween. He hasn't a clue what Halloween really is, but he knows that he gets to dress up and he's very happy with that situation.
Halloween's like Christmas. It's gone from 1 day to 2 weeks to a month.
Yeah.
Whereas Christmas starts in September.
I think it's nearly the best one though. I think it's better than
Yeah,
Christmas.
yeah.
I like Halloween the best. Because there is something fun about the spooky stuff and the kids getting the frights, and they obviously love eating all the sweets. I think it's a good festival.
Ace Queen for Dominic calls the 250 after an opening from Pat.
Yeah, I like this call. I think when Pat opens here, you kind of feel like you are dominating some of his range, which you are in this instance. You also just have a hand that, like, if you 3-bet it, you have to really fold to the 4-bet in this situation. You don't want to waste the value of a hand as sexy as Ace Queen in that situation, so flatting seems to be the smart one. Action folds around to Ray here with the 6-4 suited. Looks like Wigglesworth contemplating something here. Yeah, Ray has let it go. Wigglesworth with the King 5 suited. Looks like he's going to call. Like this call here. Suited King. Always a playable hand when you're getting a good price in the big blind. And, you know, our blinds have gone up here to 120, so it is a small raise. We see here that Wigglesworth has picked up middle pin here, but the two boys have top pair. And we might see this pot bloat here because Pat may well feel like the smartest way to continue here is with a small C-bet. Yeah. I'd really like to see a bet in the region of 250k. I'm not sure what he's gone for there, but that seems like a good...
225. That's
a lovely number. I'm a big fan of that C-bet. I think Dominic is only going to ever flat. There's no value in raising here. And Wigglesworth may come in with the King 5. I think he may let it go. It's very likely one of these hands have an ace, and you actually could be in trouble if they have Ace King. So maybe you make the boxy fold. I think if the 2 or the ace were a club, he might be more inclined to come in. I think because they aren't, he'd probably let it go, and he does. So we have a battle of these two aces here. Birmingham will be proceeding cautiously now, having been called on a rather dry board here. Obviously there are 2 hearts, it's a 3rd heart now. He can't really afford to fire out again. Dry flop, he fires out, he gets called, he's probably up against an ace. How many weaker aces are really going to call you in that spot? Unlikely when you got the ace 10 and then the heart comes, so the hands that you were beaten are now beating you. I think it's going to go check here a lot. You could see one of those sort of advanced blockers here for Dominic. He might just think I can get some value from an ace-x hand. I can charge some of the hands that Birmingham might have that have a heart in them, and then I'll have position. I'll probably get checked on the river and get to check it back in that scenario. Or he could go for a cheeky bit of extra value on the river if this board, you know, either improves him or he just does get that knack now. Like if a 10 or a jack or a 9 don't come, he could probably go for an extra street of value. Another small card. Don't know what the sizing is here. It's gone 650k, so chunky enough half pot. Do like this bet from Dominic here. He's sort of taking over the betting lead. He can check back a lot of rivers, I think, in this situation. I think Pat's in a really tough spot, and I think he probably has to let it go. He's beating ace 9, he's beating ace 3, ace 4. Ace 3, ace 4 suited. Do they call in that spot? Not always. Probably not, actually. Ace 9 probably doesn't either. I think he's probably going to work this one out, figure that he's up against a hand like ace jack suited, ace queen. Maybe he's up against the king jack of hearts. These are all possibilities. I think on balance he's probably got to make a good fold here, but it looks like he's cut out a call. Big pot this one now, 2.7 million, maybe one of the biggest pots we've seen in this tournament so far. 7 on the river. I think this is the kind of card that Dominic can go for an extra street of value on. It is check to him. I don't think he can go big. I think he's got to milk this one. I think if he finds a sizing in or around sub 1 million, maybe around 900k, he might just get the cry call here, given the fact that Pat may be one of the stickier players out there. From Pat's point of view, he just can never be good anymore. You know, if he calls here, he's basically hoping his opponent has ace 9 suited, and I don't know if ace 9 suited always calls pre, so it's just he's shown a lot of strength here by being willing to call the turn bet. That should give him the information he needs, that if there was ever any chance he was good, he's no longer good.
I think he makes the call. Does Pat?
I really, really like a turn fold from Pat.
Yeah.
I especially like a river fold. I think I would go from feeling like it was a little bit too sticky turn call to being an absolute slam dunk fold river that I feel like would be an error, I gotta say, if he makes it. I hope for Pat's sake he puts the pieces together. He does look like he's going to cut out the call. If he plays this through, and it's so important in these situations to just replay the hand in your mind, think about the range your opponent might have pre-flop, and then put it all together with this run out. It's very hard to be ahead of anything right now. I'm scrambling to think of what bluffs might be in Dominic's range, frankly. He can have sets, he can have better aces, he can have flushes. You are literally there with a bluff catcher, and I don't see many bluffs. Oh, and he has made the call.
Yes. The Queen will play for Dominic, and that's a big hand. And Pat is bang in the middle of the pack, and Dominic is now our final table chip leader.
Pat has played some tremendous poker for 2.5 days, but I got to call a spade here. I think he's going to look back and regret that one. I think that is a blunder. I hate to say it. I hope it won't let it affect him there. As he replays it in his mind, he might realise it's a blunder. He has played some super poker, so I hope he gets back into that mindset right now. Clearly a huge one for Dominic. Great pot to take down at this stage. Really aware that he was up against a hand like ace-10, ace-jack. Thought I can actually squeeze another little bit of value out of a sticky opponent, and that he did. It's easy from the commentary box, I gotta say.
And obviously the flat pre with the ace queen as well, so he might not be putting, but like I say, it literally a bluff catcher in the end.
Yeah, a bluff catcher on a board where it's very hard to think of too many bluffs your opponent can have. And
straightening board, flushing board. There's a big one. So Pat, long time chip leader in the tournament, and now a long time. He's not anymore. He's down in the middle of the pack with the rest of the players. And Dominic in our seat number 8 is our chip leader.
But you've got to remember as well, from Pat's point of view, Dominic's calling range is mostly going to want to check it back down.
Yeah.
If he's got an ace 10 himself, if he's got an ace jack himself, he might even find the check back. Ace queen's the one hand Dominic can get greedy on, I think, and go for that extra straight, maybe targeting the ace jack. I gotta feel it though, ace jack and ace 10 are the two hands I feel have to make folds on that river. But credit to Dominic maybe realising that he could get his opponent to call it off with one pair and a weaker kicker.
So a raise on the button to 275.
Pat's got better calls there. I think Pat can find a call with ace king. I think he can find a call with ace queen at a push.
Yeah.
And then I think he's got to fold his ace jacks and his ace tens. He had the ace 10 and he did find a call. Anyway, we won't live in the past. But,
Simon makes it up with a 10-7 suited and defends on his big blind. 8-8 ace is the flop.
So just a couple of backdoors for each of these guys. Obviously the 10-7's got a little bit more going on in the backdoor stakes, but there's not a huge amount here. And these guys are playing very shallow. 7 there.
For Simon, they both hit the 7.
You feel now that that's going to be a call in a decent number of worlds. So Simon has just put it in here for what I'm going to guess is just over pot. Yeah, just almost exactly pot. And Rain now obviously will be worried about an ace and an ace. He might be worried about king 7, but it's a I think it's
half his stack to call.
It's an interesting little hand, this one. Remember, it is raised pre, so
I think if he has an extra million chips, I think he calls.
Yeah.
It's half his stack to call, which would leave him with 7 bigs.
So when you call pre-flop with this hand in Simon's shoes, you are basically looking to flop some equity and go with it. He's turned some equity and he's gone with it now. Ray will probably have checked back all his ace-x hands on the flop because he'll want to set the trap for maybe, you know, allowing Simon to pick up a pair. So the fact that Simon's now willing to go with it on the turn would certainly put you in a quandary here from Ray's point of view. You'd be thinking to yourself, oh, he just has the ace, I guess, or maybe he has a 10-8 or a 8-9. So it is kind of tricky here. You'd be thinking to yourself,
Well, gets it through with the shove.
Yeah, credit to Simon there for having the cojones there to pull the trigger. We see there actually very interestingly the 3 bottom stacks all identically now, stacked with 13 bigs. Interesting little levelling, or Simon can put you in a bind here because he doesn't play very straightforwardly. He is creative.
Yeah.
He is unorthodox, and therefore he's going to take lines that will confuse.
Afternoon, Ricky. Shouting for Ray, and Ben then says, "Good bet, Dad." As Simon is pops.
Great stuff.
And Dan Oliver, we will definitely see you in Blackpool next week for the start of the GUKPT. Next live stream for Cardroom Direct is the GUKPT.
Greg's going to open this one up under the gun, Ace King offsuit. He's playing about 27 bigs. Action has folded round to Wigglesworth, who, oh no it hasn't, sorry. We just had quite a slow raise there. Obviously it was always coming. So
there's a 280.
The action is folding round now, finally. Now the action's on Wigglesworth, who lets it go.
A small blind of Simon.
Pete lets go the 6-5. Simon's going to take a look. Oh, no insta fold. Oh, he looks like he's going to put this in with the 7s. It's an under the gun open, remember, so maybe he'll flat. That's an interesting way to go about it, I don't know. It's a funky little spot here because he's obviously playing quite short. If this was a late position raise, you'd be very happy to reshove with the 7s, but against an early position raise, not so much. So he does go for the flat. So we're going to see a post-flop pop play out here in a lot of worlds. I think Queen 8 can be dished here by Jamie. These guys are... No, he does. He tosses in the call too, so we're going 3 ways. Wow. Okay, they've all got some equity here.
Queen 8 makes it up. Oh
my goodness.
When you defend with Queen 8.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you very much, he says.
And it looks like Simon might be plotting a lead out. I've seen him do this. He doesn't play in flow all the time. He looks for some donk leads in some situations. And I think this is going to be one of them. Is he going to fire out maybe a probe bet? I played a hand with him yesterday where he did something like this. And he fired out something around 1/3 in a similar situation. And he hasn't. No, he does check in the end. And Jamie has to check. He's got the board crippled. Craig can't be loving that flop. It does sort of hit the flatting range a bit, even though it's a paired board. He's going to fire out a tiddler. I don't think betting out small is necessarily wrong here.
3-5-5.
You'd like to have a club in your hand, which you don't. Simon is going to let it go, and well, we know what Jamie's going to do. He's going to do a bit of Hollywood. really mull over this call with, you know, what's the bottom of my range that might call here.
He's not coming
Jack
over
10,
the top. Yes.
Queen 6. I'm going to have a real think about it.
He's not coming over the top, that is for sure.
Solid 1% here for Craig.
Makes the call.
And Jamie's going to check almost every turn card here, you would feel. Oh my God.
Wow. Is it getting any better for anybody?
It actually,
are there any more cards in the deck apart from
he
Queens and
doesn't.
8s?
Do you know, he really doesn't love that card.
No.
Queen 8, he's got an absolute lock on it. Now he might be actually chopping with Ace Queen and King Queen, so he won't be loving this card coming off. And it's also much more unlikely that he's going to get any value. Now this hand's getting a bit silly.
There's no more cards in the deck from Queens and 8s.
This is getting a little bit silly.
Check the deck, will you?
What he definitely needs to do is check, because his opponent could certainly have pocket nines, pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket kings, pocket aces, and he would have checked that turn. So he has to basically check those in the hope that he now looks like he's got a counterfeited ace.
Can we not jam?
No, I like a check here. I like a check here because basically if you check, all the pocket pairs will bet now, and then you'll jam on them. Whereas if you bet, I think it's not as easy. Now, obviously, we know the ace king. Ace king might get tempted now. So, like, this is a kind of play you might be able to make with. I guess if you're going to do it with your missed flush draws, you might do your jack 10, the hearts, these kind of hands. So maybe there's some logic to what you're saying here, that you can get him off a chop. Let's think more deeply on it. Does Tower have the right line here? Is the lead out good? I was getting greedy because I wanted even more from pocket aces and pocket kings. Yeah. But you're thinking, no, let's just.
I'm just thinking.
Let's just make sure he doesn't check it back. Yeah. And get some value.
I'm just thinking 90% of the players will be saying, well, I'm calling to chop it, so I might as well chop it. A lot of players, all right, that's a local game strategy where it might be a 30 or 40 pound buy-in, and I'm chopping out 90% of the time.
It does. Like, it's very unlikely that Jamie has a pocket pair in the big blind, and it's also not that likely that he would bet it. If he has pocket nines or tens, he would be worried about Craig having aces or kings. So it does feel like he's got a missed flush draw, maybe a missed backdoor, or maybe a missed gutter, and maybe he also has the 8, which he's just decided I'm going to lead out because I don't want to get blown off it. So I actually think you might be right, and maybe Craig has to find a fold here. Like, it's obviously possible that he has queens, but I think you might have a point. I think maybe you have to find the call here.
Yeah.
It's a kind of a sizing where it looks like it could have been just to block you off, getting bombed off a chop. Jamie might lead out with this bet thinking, well, he'll call this bet and I'll get half the pot. Whereas if I check and he just goes for it, well, then he could have 8, then you just can't call with an 8. So actually you're onto something here, Tower. When we think a little deeper on this one, it's kind of interesting. I think actually on balance, Craig might have to find a call. He only has to, like, you're calling to chop, clearly, we all know that.
Yes.
But you only have to chop about half the time, I think.
It wouldn't surprise. I don't think it would surprise to see a call.
Yeah, I think you have to chop. I think given the price has been laid, he has to chop about 55% of the time. I think you probably are.
Then you spread the pot. There's 1.7 million in the pot and $1 million to call. So we're thinking we're chopping to get the 800k back.
It's a fun one, and I really like the price been set by Jamie here. I think the million's a lovely amount. And remember, it's $1 million of your 2.6 million stack. You're not loving it.
No, it's a bang.
Calling for a chop.
It's a good. They've done it.
He has let it go. Wow. Well, that's. But you know what? I think everyone has played that hand really well and really interestingly. It's a fascinating hand to watch back. These kind of boards are so unlikely. These runouts are so unusual that actually players don't really study them terribly well, because how often is it going to just board going to come out about like that when someone actually has quads? So they're not spots that we actually spend a huge amount of time thinking about ahead of time. So you sort of end up thinking about it on the fly, and like I changed my mind all the way through. I was like, oh no, I really like a check here. To going, no, actually really, and were you the instinct though, Tower? Your instinct was good. I think you were right.
And also 90% in your local 50, 100 pound, 100 euro game, you're calling to chop, and there'll be more calls in that situation. Obviously this is a little bit deeper and it's a little bit more prestigious tournament, but it was in the tank, and he nearly called. He nearly called for the chop, and he'd have been thinking, we've got to be chopping this.
Jamie would be now feeling like, oh, I wish I'd gone a bit smaller, because you're probably definitely getting the 500k or the 600k. And maybe he'd been a bit too greedy on the million, but I thought the million was sized really right, actually. I thought it was a really good amount to charge his opponent. Fun hand, very fun hand to watch.
Getting towards the chip lead now, Jamie. in seat 4. $120,000 of the blinds. You're watching the live stream for the Unibet IPO fabulous events. First festival back for Ireland, and it has been an awesome turnout for everybody concerned. Well done. Dom raises to 240, standard click. Not very often standard clicks get through, but that one they did. 11 bigs for Simon in seat number 3 as our shorty on the table. He was in that posture last night, nodding off.
Oh, really?
It was getting that late. I think he had a couple of nudges. Your turn. So Will in seat 9 would have been loving yesterday's activities on the football pitch with a Liverpool FC jacket on. Social media is great for football these days.
Yeah.
There's so many fans love to air and vent their anger immediately after a disastrous result.
Yeah, that was quite the thumping yesterday.
It was.
And not a result I think I can recall in my lifetime at Old Trafford.
No, I know we were coming over from when we were on the ferry on Thursday morning. There were a load of Man United fans on there coming back over because they'd been to the European game on the Wednesday night, and they were
Of course, yeah.
obviously
Was that Villarreal?
they managed to win, didn't they? They managed a 3-2 win. They were singing and dancing and jumping about. And I was thinking about them. I'm just glad I'm not getting the same ferry back as today from yesterday's results. It'd have been a little bit different.
So still 9 here as we sort of, I think we've approached the hour mark on this final table.
16 minutes to the end of the end of this level. I think it's every 3 levels, isn't it, the break?
Yeah, and again, I kind of like that. I know a lot of players, obviously, maybe the 2-hour sessions are what they like the most, but I do quite like a 2.5-hour session if it means a slightly shorter day.
Yeah. Yeah, we were thinking that yesterday with it going to 50 minutes. Is 3 50-minute levels a little bit too long for the players? Do you like it?
I personally like it. I think I can see the argument for both sides, though. Jamie is going to open up here with the ace-jack suited in the cutoff. Jamie's been pretty active at this final table so far. Fody is going to muck this Queen 7 out. Not really playable. We know Pat is definitely one to defend his big blind with any semblance of a decent hand, but obviously that's not what he looked down at there.
Nope. So as a quick reminder,
So a little raise and take it there for Jamie.
if you want to use your actually device, if you want to use your sensor,
Yeah, the structure does say that there's a break every 3 levels. Nick's not put a break after level number 9. He reckons it's been over with the blind at 300, 600.
Yeah, Nick
The
rarely.
latest.
Yeah,
And
Nick rarely gets that wrong.
I remember Nick doing the Goliath once. He was like main floorman for a couple of years at Goliath. And we've worked with Nick over in Dublin. He did the Irish Open and done the IPO. And we were saying, what's your thinking towards the end of the night? And he said that with this level, with these people, we're probably going to be left with 85 runners. And there was 86 And I said to him the day after, I says, was that just a guess, or was it something that you've seen in the past and you that's what you plan people to be playing down? He said, it's an estimated guess. He says, but it's usually pretty accurate. Right.
Oh no, and that's not a once-off. I've seen that for the last decade. Him getting to within 1% of the right answer on these kinds of things.
So there is a break after level 3 with the blinds at 80,000, 160,000 for the next level, and then there'll be the first break of the final table. Afternoon, Nate Bolton. We are all good, thank you very much. Hope you are too.
All in here from Ray.
And no action.
And he shows it there, maybe just hoping to get a little bit more credit on what one would assume will be another shove at some point in the near future. Never a bad thing, I suppose. You know, people talk about giving away information at the table. In general, it's good to kind of keep your cards to yourself and have that aura of mystery. But the one thing I would say about those kinds of shows and why they have some merit is they're not actually giving away any information other than the fact that you would have shoved ace queen, which everybody would have shoved ace queen. Yeah. So you're only giving away the information that I would do with this hand, what everybody would do with this hand. But it's sort of putting or reinforcing that notion in people's minds of, well, it was a real hand that time. And maybe, just maybe, that might get you, when he decides to do the same play with the ace-5 suited or the king-jack suited, he might just get the fold he needs. Pete Wigglesworth is going to open things up, one would assume, here under the gun +1 with the ace-jack-o. Indeed he has. He's made a 260, as his is wont. Seems to be his raise size at this 120 level too. Action fold round now to the cutoff. And all the way around to the blinds. Dominic, with the chip lead in the small blind with ace-3 suited, may contemplate this one. He's getting a good price, but he is against one of the tighter players opening from early position. Means he's dominated a lot of the time, but he does have hearts, and he is the sort of player who will understand board textures and ways to win this pot out of position should he proceed. He won't necessarily be looking to make the best hand. He might just be looking to, turn the board against Pete. In the end, he does elect for the fold. Seems pretty reasonable. And then now we have Will with the queen jack.
Whoa. Muck's here as well. I'm thinking that might have been a make-up look. So
I think if the raise
comes
comes
making
from
up there with the queen jack, that's probably a fault of mine.
Yeah, I like the fold, to be honest. I think if the raise comes from a much later position, you probably have to call and go with equity on the flop. Yeah. I think when it comes in from as early position, and again, the reminder that Peter does have the reputation as one of the tighter players, you're probably dominated much more often, and it's not really a great spot. It's a sort of a situation where you put yourself in a reverse implied odds spot. Whereas on the flip side, if that raise comes in from a looser player in the hijack, well, now you can maybe call, and now you can kind of decide, well, he's enough hands that maybe my cards are live anyway. If I do flop equity, I go with it.
10 minutes at 60, 120 blinds, and then the blinds will go up.
Do we have a break after this level, or do we have one more?
The end of 80, 160 level will be the first break in place, so exactly an hour from now.
Very good. Some early position folds there. We're round to the low jack. Looks like Photius may decide on an open. Well, we just saw aces be folded there, so I think that must have been a misread on our board. Or is that player missing?
Yes, seat 5, not in his seat. But they go into the box and then they pull them back out. He had aces. We don't want to tell him though, do we?
Where is he? Where is he?
An expensive toilet break.
Oh no, here he comes! You had aces!
Oh, Craig.
You had aces!
Craig, we're getting the text message in half an hour's time. When you went to the toilet, you had aces.
You 100% had aces. We saw them, black aces. Photius has decided to open up the king 5 and pat behind with the 7s. You would think he may elect to 3-bet or fold this. I'm going to guess three bet or call this. I'm going to guess call. And actually 9-6 Ray in the big blind. It's a slightly wonky one. Maybe it's the kind of hand you could defend. Go with equity again. He is one of the shorter stacks. Remember, he's just looking to outlast the others. He does make the call.
3 to the flop. 10-4.
Okay. It's actually a board that the King 5 can fire a c-bet on. It's got some backdoors there. I'd be surprised if Photius doesn't see this as a pretty good c-betting opportunity. He can obviously continue on any big cards, on any clubs, on any ace, 3, 6. So he has a lot of turn cards he could bar. He does elect to check. Okay, I would have liked to see a small bet there. Pat will probably bet here. It'd be nice to kind of figure out where you're at a little bit in this spot. Obviously just 1 over to his 7s is almost as good as you can ask for, really, when you do flat 7s. Ray quickly folds, and now Photius has the opportunity to make a sort of a bolder move, if you like. He could decide to raise this up to $1 million with all those back doors. It's a very balls out approach, I gotta say, but they are 2 of the deeper stacks. Of course, Pat, not as deep as he used to be. Sorry, obviously, I'm remembering Pat's stack from before that ace 10, ace queen debacle.
Yeah, but it's not anymore.
Now, a bit harder to pull the trigger on that, and I've got to say, I would have liked to see a c-bet from Photius with all those backdoors and the kind of board that can change a lot on the turn, and a way in which he could win it across 2 streets. In the end, he's played it a bit more straightforwardly, which is okay as well. Yeah. And I think Pat's made a very fine positional c-bet to figure out where he is, and he figured out that he was good. But can I remind you?
Yes.
One of our players had aces that hand, but he wasn't there.
Nobody's going to text him at all. Nobody.
He opens the aces, King 5 folds, Pat defends the 7s,
Yeah.
he c-bets on the 10 board, Pat calls once,
Yeah.
He wins a little pot there.
Yeah.
He's probably said goodbye to about 1 million chips, maybe more. I hope his friends aren't watching and don't tell him. If they're good friends, they don't tell him. They say nothing.
That's about 3.55 on the stream.
Did you enjoy that 6,000 euro of equity piss? Is that what you enjoyed? I hope you did.
All folding round in turn.
Oh, and he did literally miss one hand as well.
I know, he literally did.
You gotta kidding me.
Just the one hand. Which to me means it probably wasn't even the loo, because the loo's miles away.
Oh, it might have been a quick cigarette break.
Well,
or something of that nature. Oh, that's
even worse.
Oh, that's worse. That's worse. Can't even blame nature.
So Ray makes up the blinds. Pete checks with a Queen 5. We've not got the holdings of Ray at this moment in time, but it's gone check, check. Ace 3 King, check it again.
Again, interesting
Jack,
to see the checks here. These are
are
very much a board that the pre-flop aggressor can keep. Oh no, sorry, it's only limped, is it?
Yes, it
Apologies.
was. Yes,
okay.
it was.
I still kind of like to see a c-bet there from the small blind. I think it's, once your opponent has checked back, you can definitely fire it out. He's wondering if he's being scallywagged here. He's got the queen.
He's got the nut high.
Yeah, he's got a good high. I'm going to assume there then Ray probably did have a jack at least. He may have checked an ace or a jack on the flop.
He showed the king of diamonds.
He had a king, okay. Well, that makes sense. He had some showdown on the flop.
Yeah.
He picked up a hand that was almost certainly good. He went for some gangster value. I like it.
Unibet IPO 9-handed final table. One person eliminated today, Mr. Daniel Fox in 10th for 28.50, and strolling along the bottom of the prizes for the final 9 players. Ben Junevane is lying by the pool in Mallorca watching the old man final table. Absolute bliss. That's delightful. You never mentioned that last night, Ben, while you were watching the old man struggling on. Laid at the side of the pool. What's the weather like? in late October in Majorca.
Probably very nice.
Half term.
Probably 23 degrees, sunny.
Yeah. Half term, it'll be busy with the kids.
So it looks like we have another battle of the blinds here. Wigglesworth limps in. Simon glances down a pair of fives. I think he's going to stick this one in, keep life very simple for himself. He's only got 1.1 million, so, 9 bigs. Seems like a pretty obvious spot to just stick it in. He's gone for a normal sized raise. Well, we know Pete Wigglesworth has a couple of spanners here, so he's going to let it go anyway. But it is strange, I got to say, to put in half your stack with the fives and not all of them. But, to each their own. Maybe trying to induce an error that maybe Wigglesworth is capable of here. Obviously not a spot where Pete can call. In fact, if anything, Simon's made it look stronger by doing this. But I have to say, I do, just in case you've got a sort of an opponent who's a little bit inclined towards a loose flat, I might just put the fives in for 10 bigs and made life a little easier. But anyway, as I said, Simon, one of the more creative players, one of the more unorthodox.
Up to 12 bigs. Simon Will, our short stacking seat number 9.
A very enjoyable personality to spend a few hours at the table with. He's great crack, actually, Simon. Good bit of banter. There was a bit of banter between him and Dixie yesterday. I was enjoying that as well. I think Dixie was a little unhappy with maybe a couple of the cheeky 3-bets that Simon had pulled out, and Dixie told him as much, and Simon told him as much. It was a nice little interaction, I gotta say. I enjoyed it. Under the gun here with the King Queen. Certainly openable sometimes, but he does let it go. He possibly one of the players off the shorter stacks, maybe just not fancying it, which I would understand. Pocket 8's mandatory open here for Dominic here, who is wielding the big stack. He can put ICM pressure under everyone behind him.
He can. And he's going to do exactly that.
A couple of shorter stacks here. This will have presented them reasonable 3-betting opportunities. They could 3-bet shove here with a decent risk reward. Do any of them wake up with a hand, though? That is the question.
Yes.
Pete Wigglesworth, 2.6 million. Awkward stack facing this amount. I could see Pete finding the fold here, I'll be honest. I think it is a tricky little spot here. Dominic's obviously the player you least want to tussle with post-flop because he can put you in the bin. And Pete does decide that ace-jack goes in the bin. I like that fold. I think that's where having those tight instincts really pays dividends when the ICM starts ramping up. It actually ends up being a really, really smart play. Good fold there from Peter.
Does the big blind peel? No.
Well, Jamie has been pretty loose out of his blinds, it's got to be said, and these guys are playing
not folding
deep.
me blind.
Yeah, Jack 7, not a kind of hand that you're loving your call with, but maybe at this price it's mandatory. He's obviously just minned it. I think you probably just about have to find the call given the stacks that these guys have.
9-5-3 all hearts.
So some backdoor potential, and obviously the 7 high flush draw for Jamie. And then Dominic obviously happy enough to see one over card, but not really happy to see a monotone board. He's meant to check back monotone boards most of the time with his range, and that's what he does. Obviously the downside of that is he is going to let a card peel off here, give his opponent another chance to overtake. We mentioned there the backdoors on the flop. Jamie has picked up one of those backdoors now. He obviously can get there with a 4. So we know heart, a jack, a 7 or a 4 would be good for Jamie. As you can see, his outs up top there is 11 outs. It's quite a lot. As play, Dominic has to call here. He's under-repped his hand. It is a very wet board. There's a lot of potential draws in Jamie's hand. We see that he has one of those. So Dominic cannot be too scared here. He's obviously got a draw of his own as well. If the 7 comes, that's a good card for him. So I think we will see Dominic make the call. And can change on this river, frankly. He's only facing a small bet, remember. 285. He does make the call, and potential for some very interesting river play here. Pot is 1.2 million.
Pairs of 5.
So we know that Jamie's been left with just Jack High, which is never good in this situation. Just frankly cannot be any of Dominic's range. Dominic can have some ace high hands, which could potentially fold to a bet here. He could have some maybe small pairs. Maybe he could be in there with, I don't know, a pair of 4s. Something like that might be a fold. There is a couple of hands that maybe Jamie could target in this situation. It's certainly reasonable to think that Dominic could be in here with like an ace king, ace queen, ace jack with a heart. Certainly would have taken this line as well. So firing out might be smart. I think Dominic has a call though. I think Dominic, the flush did not get there. Would Jamie have bet a 5 on the turn? Not always. He could, of course, have a 9. He might value bet as little as a 6 here, which means I think it's a pretty quick call from Dominic against certainly a bet of that size, yeah. I think Jamie will bet as little as a 6 in this spot, so you're actually beating some of the value.
Nothing's pretty quick.
No, nothing's quick with Dominic, that's true.
But I know what you mean.
I have to say, I played with him for a lot of the early part of yesterday, and you're right, he is a methodical player, but he does come to the right decision an awful lot.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a pretty nice hand to call with, to be honest. He can obviously be losing to flushes, he can lose to 9s, he can lose to some, straighty stuff maybe too, but 8s is far too high up his range, and certainly when you think that there's actually a value hand you can beat.
Yeah.
I don't think Jamie's going to value bet a 3 here, but I think he is going to value bet a 6 here. So if Jamie's in there with like 8-6, 7-6, he's going to make this bet. If he's in there with a 9, he's going to make this bet, and that's the hand you lose to. But he's also going to bluff a lot. He's going to have had some missed flush draws. He's going to have some missed straight draws. He might even have some complete air here. It might be possible that Jamie just decided this is the vortex where I can win on.
Folds, Jamie taking a nice pot.
Yeah, I don't like that from Dominic, I've got to say. I think on balance, when you can actually beat a value hand on a board that is probably going to be very bluffy as well, you've got to find the call. Don't like that from Dominic, got to say. Fair play to Jamie. I do like the bet from Jamie because I think there's a lot of hands in Dominic's range that he cannot call with. I happen to think that 8s is one of the hands he should call with, but c'est la vie. And I would be 100% sure Dominic will be looking at his phone in real time right now, hoping to get the information required to know whether he won that hand or not. In fact, he's walked away from the table. What are these players doing walking away from tables during hands? Is he going to be allowed to have his hand?
Yeah.
No, it's gone.
Gone.
No, it is there. It's in the box.
Oh, it's in the wrong box.
But he was away from the table. Oh, well, I don't know if we have anyone going to enforce this. Of course, from the camera angle we had, we don't know how far from the table. Did he go one step off the table, or did he actually leave the table? Anyway, I'm not going to get too finicky about this kind of thing. He's obviously folded his hand anyway.
I actually think the thing in the favour of Dominic is that he's sat in between boxes, and the dealer dealt it to the one on his right hand side, which was closer to his player to the right hand side.
Yes, and wasn't spotted.
The dealer just didn't spot it.
I think you are allowed to be like one step from the table. I think it's like if you can touch your chair is sort of the rule. Maybe he was. We were at a funny camera angle. Maybe that's all he was. Yeah. Maybe he didn't really walk away. Like if you want to get up and just like stretch your hamstring, I think you shouldn't really be punished and have your hand mucked in that spot. Anyway, we didn't have someone kind of militantly enforcing that or checking up on it, and as I said, maybe he didn't do it anyway.
We're still on 9. This is the final table of the Unibet IPO, the first festival back in Ireland anywhere. The first event back, and there's the Angie's Room High Roller. There's the Angie's Room event, there's the High Roller Day 2, there is the Mini Main that is being played as well.
Yeah, I've just taken a glance out to have a look at the high roller. I see Darrow Carney at a table quite close to us.
Is he playing?
He's playing against Richie O'Neill on a table, yeah. Yeah, Darrow hopped into this one as I did last minute, late reg, first thing this morning. That was an option, and sure, Darrow, the maestro with the short stack.
127 runners, the mini.
Oh, it was great field. No, it was absolutely brilliant. Great to see so many people. Again, as I said, I think there's an appetite for bigger than the 300 buy-in this weekend. So I think, again, smart work from Nick and his team, recognising, Joe, I got to cater for that. I got to cater for some of these boys who'll be coming in, gumming for a 1K, gumming for a 500. And indeed it is. You want to not take away from the purity of the grassroots nature of this festival. That's what this is famous for. That's what people come for. There are 100 quid side events and 150 quid side events every night. As you said, they're going off every 3 hours or so. But just having that 500 now and having that 1K, I think, is sort of meant that another type of poker customer is going to show up for you as well.
Yeah, love it. Put a side event on, people will play. If you're in the vicinity and you're not going home, they'll be flicking it in, and exactly as you say, getting bigger players to play a smaller event as we come back to some kind of normality. But 127 is a great turnout. Great turnout for the minute.
Yeah, and that one can grow because I think we've got a few more hours of potential late reg on that one.
Yeah, it was. 3 hours was the late reg.
3 reg. So I might do something like that myself now. I might hop into that one very late. That might be nice, and then I can do a decent chunk of the commentary with you.
I need to ask, who's Angie's Poker? Who is Angie's Poker Open? Who is she? Have we? I need to. Nobody's been over to tell her this is what it is. But there's 16 left out of the 175 that played, so very, very popular. There's Angie's Poker Open. I know the Leslie McLean one was. It
was great. Well, that was the high roller.
Obviously, Leslie was really well known in Dublin and ran events. There are 17 players left in the main event of Angie's Poker Open. We're not just clapping, there's
flies.
There's little midges. I do like to give you a little bit of a nip now and again. So we're on 9. Blinds at 80,000, 160,000, and in 41 minutes time there will be the first break of the final. Ray's got the hooks. We have 11 bigs.
Yeah, and given how we've seen Ray play, I'd be surprised if he raised them. He'll just shove them, and there we go.
Simon. Got the paint.
Yeah, King Queen's never good in this spot. I don't think Simon will be making a hero call, although, as I said, unpredictable. Simon, you never know, but this is a boy who has not.
Oh, he has his call.
Oh,
it's them all in.
It's gamble time.
With the King Queen, it's Simon.
Gamble time. Well,
the sangria has just been spat into the pool in Mallorca.
Ray will be absolutely gutted to see King Queen in Simon's hands because it has very solid equity. He's going to have 40% when these hands are turned over, and you really don't want him to have 2 overs in this spot. He'll also be sort of like maybe eyes out on sticks going, how do you call it to King Queen? I'm never shoving King Jack. I'm never shoving a worse hand. But anyway, we are going to a sort of a race where one player has a bit of an advantage here with the pocket jacks, it must be said, but certainly, well, so far so good for the hooks.
They stay in front, there's no redraws to the flushes.
Remember, Simon is the 1 all in here with just King High. He's called off his tournament life with the King Queen. He's going to have to hit the river. He doesn't. And we are saying goodbye to Simon, a player who has entertained us for a couple of days on this stream with some unorthodox, high-end, high-level, levelling plays.
Yeah, Simon Junevane finishing 9th for €3,850. The King Queen, the paint was there. But unfortunately, as you can see, the chips are going in front of Ray in seat 1, and give this man chips and he's going to be a dangerous player.
Yeah, it was a gambling opportunity. It was an opportunity to get himself off the bottom
Yeah.
of the table. He decided on it. You know, a lot of people would have let that hand go, I think, and maybe waited for a spot where they got to be first in,
Yeah.
or a spot where they had a slightly stronger hand. I get that. I think a lot of people at home will be thinking that.
Yeah.
But I also understand the mindset of somebody who's thinking, I am rock bottom chip stack here. I gotta get my engines going. I gotta make
Yeah.
something happen here. King Queen's a good gambling hand. Let's go for it, and let's try and make a play for this IPO title.
Well, 34.80, 3,480 euros for Simon Dunevane. Well played, Simon. Enjoy the rest of your holiday, Ben. I'm sure you might be logging out now that Dad has just been eliminated, but great effort from Simon.
No, there he is. Pops rocks.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're immediately all in here from a now under slightly less ICM pressure. Will, who managed to get a ladder jump. He is happy to shove the ace-10 suited from under the gun. I like this shove. I think this is the worst hand you should shove, but I think it is part of a shoving range in this situation. I think it's not a pump fist delighted to get it in situation. It's probably just about profitable, and when you're the shortest stack, you can't really turn down anything that's not profitable. It could be a weird little Pizzagno-esque open. You could maybe decide you want to go for a little min raise, which looks incredibly strong from early position here, and then you could fold to further aggression, but and use your hand that way. But that is kind of tough, and I think maybe just taking the spot here when you're about to go, the blinds are about to come through you and make you even shorter than you are.
Yeah.
I like his identification there of ace-10 suited as maybe a rock bottom shove.
Nice one, Ben. He's been watching his dad all weekend. And now we're going to enjoy the sunshine in Majorca. And it's 24 degrees in the sunshine.
Well
done to Simon.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, well done, Simon. A good effort. But we're now down to 8 on the final table of the Unibet IPO. 8 players left. Cheers, Ben. Enjoy the rest of the holes. Simon Dunevane out in 9th. We are down to 8 in the IPO first festival back since the restrictions were lifted. We are 40 minutes away from the first break on the final. As you can see the clock in the background, and that strikes 0.
Loose flat here from Jamie. Obviously we see Pete has opened the inferior pocket pair, but he's not going to be opening much worse than 7s, and he just happens to have found the spot where he has, and now we've got 8s right behind them. So 6s, 7s and 8s. The 8s do make a boxy fold. 8s may be given even more reason to come along feeling like they could win a very big pot multi-way if they flop their set. And getting an even better price, but of course not closing the action. You don't know if you're going to get squeezed out of it. Always possible. Jamie has managed to make this loose flat with the 7s in a spot where he does have Pete dominated. Pete, one of the tighter players, as I mentioned, I don't really feel like he's opening anything worse than 6s. So 7s doesn't tend to be ahead of the range, but it is ahead of the holding right now. We definitely have a board where both players will remain interested. Pete might feel like his opponent could have king queens, ace jacks, that kind of stuff, and he will fire out a c-bet here of around 300k. There's no way Jamie's going anywhere, so we're almost certainly going to see bet call. I think once the turn comes, we might see check in a lot of worlds. Pete will check almost always his entire range on the turn, and Jamie will be wary of that and be wary that his 7s could be dominated too, so may well check back turns as well. So let's see if I'm right here. We have gone bet call. Will we go check now? Some turns could change things. That's definitely a turn where I feel like Wigglesworth can either go again very small, or he can check call. But I think if he checks, it may go check.
Yeah. I want to learn how to do that chip trick.
Yeah, it's a nifty
Jamie's
little chip.
been doing all week.
Jamie's got two options now. He can either bet here and feel like he's taking control of the pot, or he can check. I do like the check.
You got it right, spot on. Queen on the river.
And I think we may just end up getting check down, or possibly Wigglesworth will fire out a very small defensive blocker bet and a quick check down. So yeah, no, look, hands played out pretty as you could imagine.
I folded 8.
Yeah,
but what does he do when Pete fires out and then Jamie calls anyway?
You're right. Like, that's why you don't call the 8s maybe as well.
Yeah.
But an interesting one, like Wigglesworth maybe being a bit hard done by. He probably doesn't open anything worse than 6s in that seat, and having to get called by 7s right behind him. Loose call by Jamie, but it's all going Jamie's way here. Remember, Jamie has come off the best in some of these bigger confrontations. He managed to bluff Dominic off a pot a few moments ago. He managed to make the best hand in that sort of battle of the blinds earlier, and now he's taking a little pot off Peter Wigglesworth. So
forget about the 8s, Craig. Forget about the 8s. He was shaking his hand and he got his hand over his head and everything. But, just remember.
Or maybe just found out about the aces. maybe that's it. Maybe someone just messaged him in his ear. It was half an hour ago.
It probably was, around about exactly half an hour now.
I would quite enjoy seeing the moment on TV that somebody, like just seeing the moment where he looks down his phone and 9 people have gone, you had aces. I'd be like, oh, what have we done? The commentators even worked out how many chips you'd probably have won. It was worth a million.
Yeah, exactly right. It was a million pot chip. It was a million chip pot. What David worked out.
At least. We didn't know how many more streets might come. There could have been a bet in the river too. Yeah, it's definitely going to take a million. Probably 1.5. So aggression frequency, we see there Photius at the top of that table. So 30 minutes before the break here, guys. These guys will play 30 minutes, and then I assume they will have another set of 3 before their dinner break.
Yes.
Bad news now, just hearing that Darragh O'Kearney has busted the high roller,
way.
Unfortunately.
Are we in the money?
Not in the money yet,
Oh,
no.
no.
I'd say they're another hour from the money, maybe. He had built up a nice little stack, Darragh. Last time I looked at him, he had about 3 starting stacks, but it wasn't to be. So Darragh may well jump into the mini main, or he may well jump into the commentary booth, or he may well take a well-deserved half an hour of Zen time in his room. Who knows which?
$43 bigs, a 7 million chip leader is now Jamie Cusack in seat number 4. He is our chip leader on the final 8 of the IPO. Stunning event, 972. As you can see, 31 minutes and counting till the end of this session, and then a 20-minute break. Every 3 levels we do have a break. Might be an elongated break at the end of level 6 of the final.
Yeah. Raise here from Photius with the jacks. He's made it 320.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Oh, well, I think we are about to have a very, very large clash here. As much as we have talked about Pete Wigglesworth being one of the tighter players at the table, he's not so tight that you would consider folding jacks in this spot.
Yeah.
He's going to make a 3-bet here. He might, or maybe he flats to be deceptive. I think he's probably going to 3-bet, and I think Photius is going to just feel like jacks is just too strong. I got to go with it. You're not loving it, Again, you're looking at Pete Wigglesworth and you're thinking to yourself, I don't think this man bluffs a huge amount, but you would also be thinking to yourself, he does go with pocket 9s and 10s here. He does go with ace king and ace queen here.
Yeah.
My jacks probably stand to be good a lot.
Fordius has said how many have you got left, so he's already worked out there's 1.2 mil behind the line as well.
Well, look, here's an amazing situation where we're about to watch, for the next minute or so, we're about to watch Fodius study Pete Wigglesworth and try and figure out if he can do something that is not GTO.
Yeah.
He's going to try and do something, or he's going to try and figure out if there is something that he can get from Pete, if there is something about the tendencies of Pete, if there's something about the bet sizing that Pete has just made, if there is something physical about Pete he can pick up to make himself find a fold with a premium hand here. And credit to him, first of all, that he has not made a snap decision.
Yeah.
He has gone into the tank, he's talking to Pete, he wants to engage him now, he wants to try and get some info. And this is the type of spot where good live players can make spookily good live reads if given the opportunity, and we're about to see him test it out in that fashion.
What information has he got of Pete Wigglesworth by talking to him?
If Pete Wigglesworth shoves here, he gets called by the jacks.
Yeah.
But this 3-bet size has sort of created a little bit of extra, wow, do you only do this with aces and kings maybe? Do you only do this with aces, kings and queens? And this is a little bit weird. It's sort of like... It's sort of a little bit weird when you see a guy put in effectively 35-40% of his stack, as we've seen Pete do here, because it doesn't look like you're offering fold equity. It looks like you're committed, but it also looks like you're trying to just like juice the pot up. I would prefer to have seen Pete just shove this, I got to be honest, because I think you got to do what you would have done with 8s,
Yeah.
what you would have done with 9s,
Yeah.
what you would have done with ace jack suited, ace queen. That's a much better route to take because you make sure that more calls come in. When you do this one, you actually sort of polarize yourself to really strong hands and a few weaker ones. And against those hands, if Fodius does the maths here and thinks, actually, I don't think there's enough weaker ones.
Yeah.
You could actually make an incredibly above the rim fold with jacks.
It certainly would.
Like he's there. I know what his thought process is right now. It's like, if you shove, I call. If you shove, I have to call. But, I just don't like it. I feel like this is not a good scenario. I feel like I might be in trouble. I feel like jacks could somehow not be good here.
Why would you put your clock on yourself? To ease
reasons.
the pain?
2 reasons, I think, or maybe even 3 reasons. I think one, you might feel like the table are about to clock you anyway, and you just want to sort of show them that you are in the tank for a good reason and you are under pain. 2, by putting the clock on it, you sort of, now give Wigglesworth only 1 minute of having to, hang on in there with his, stony face or whatever he's doing right now, and maybe you can find a chink in that. And maybe you kind of feel like I have to put myself under some pressure here. I've seen it happen. I've seen people do it to themselves.
You go all in with 5s through to 9s.
We don't know if Pete Wigglesworth is talking back right now, but there is a lot of chat going on at the table right now. Fodius is engaging him, and he has made a wonderful fold. And that is a top drawer fold, because that is not a fold by the book. That is a fold because of the player he was playing against, and the fact that Pete, I think, went for that kind of tricky little 3-bet rather than shoving, and how he's put the pieces together. Plus, what you can imagine was maybe a little bit of giving it away. There was a lot of chat between the two boys. I can't imagine Fodius was talking that much unless he was being talked back to. Brilliant. So maybe Wigglesworth kind of gave away that he was feeling kind of good about life.
Brilliant fold with jacks.
It is a great fold, because a lot of people would think nothing of just sticking their chips in there, and they'd have done it 3 minutes ago. He gave himself the opportunity to really make an above the rim play, and credit to him for that. Play of the day in my book so far.
Yeah.
It's often the case that a play of the day, the highlights reel, is going to be something almost like not solver approved at some times, because it is those things, it is those times where the live component comes into play, where the population tendency comes into play, where we diverge from, the book, shall we say, and we decide to go with something that's a bit more spider sensey, a bit more tingly, a bit more player specific. And that's the beauty of poker, let's be honest. That's what's wonderful about live poker.
It was a very good fold. 25 minutes to go until the first break, and they were talking about that hand as well. At the break, chatting to his friends.
I want to be a little bit critical of Peter there. I do think that choosing that 3-bet size is too tricky. It's too... I think it gives the game away to a smart player that you're probably playing rope-a-dope here and trying to like juice the pot up gently. I think if you just shove your range there in that spot off that stack, you basically tell your opponent, well, I'm not capped. I've got like, you know, maybe 7s plus. I've got ace-jack suited. I've got ace-queen, and then they have to figure out where their hand rates in terms of that range.
The 40ers did say you jam 5 through to 9s. So it worked out absolutely perfect. Worked it out absolutely perfect.
Craig is all in with the king-queen.
No action. He was 2 minutes ago, he was checking his phone under the table.
He must have found out. He must have found out. It has to be half an hour now.
He was checking the phone 2 minutes ago under the table.
You would be feeling sick as well, because you're thinking to yourself, like, we haven't seen him walk away from the table another time. Like, literally the one time you walk. He's like, what is going on? How can the poker gods be this cruel?
I know, exactly.
And also, in almost every other scenario, your hand would have just got mucked and no one would ever known. But this is the feature table. Your hand went over the sensor and we saw it. It's a cruel old game, this.
It is indeed. Afternoon, Kevin. Kev Blower watching in Stoke.
Nathan Poulton there saying, great fold. I'm guessing with how tight Pete is, you're calling to flip at best. More times than not you're behind. Yeah, absolutely, Nathan. I think, and that's what he figured out. He gave himself the time to figure it out. I think if Pete goes for the shove there, he keeps in far more hands than he does than that little weird tricky play, and he may well watch this back and decide to remove that from his arsenal off that stack, or at least remove it against good players who will maybe read it for what it is. Ray raising it up here. Ray's obviously got a bit more chips. He started one of the shortest stacks. He got the double up, and now he is happy to open this ace-10 up. Folds around to the blinds now. He's just got to get through the big blind.
It was 40th.
And he does get it through. I'm hearing a rumour we might be joined by Dara O'Kearney in a few moments. Dara thinking about jumping in the mini main now. Obviously a disappointing finish in the end in the high roller. He fought gallantly. I think he got down to maybe last 4 or 5 tables, but ultimately wasn't to be, and he is now free for the afternoon. So he's basically in my spot now, where it's like a bit of commentary, maybe a cheeky side event, not really sure yet.
Well, 21 minutes left at this level, and then a 20-minute decision for yourself to make.
I think that's what happens as well. Is like, if this was a festival in 2019, you'd probably go, oh, you know, I'm going to take the day off, do a bit of commentary, enjoy a bit of banter with the Unibet community on Twitch and whatever, because there's just so many poker tournaments. But I haven't played a live poker tournament before this weekend in a long, long time, so I'm sort of jonesing, even though it's only been a couple of hours since I left the tables. I kind of want to get back there.
Absolutely. And that's why the numbers have been so good on every event this year, this festival.
Yeah, nobody wants to miss out.
Nobody wants to go home.
Dominic has opened up 2 black 8s here under the gun. As we've mentioned before, he is the chip leader right now, or maybe he's not anymore. He's probably second in chips to Jamie, but he does have one of the bigger stacks, and he can apply some ICM pressure. So definitely an openable one under the gun. Gets all the way through, as we see. Even gets through the ace in the big blind. Will very much the short stack needs to make something happen now in the next orbit. He's not going to want to drop below 5 bigs if he can avoid it. Sometimes card distribution will make that unavoidable, but he's going to be looking for a spot for sure.
Do they look at the size of the big blinds or the size of the stack at this stage? I've got 1.2 million. I can't have 7 big blinds.
Oh yeah, you got to think in big blinds for sure. That's really the only thing that matters. These blinds are really big right now. So yes, while you've been You'd been very happy with a million stack this time yesterday. You'd been maybe the
Yes.
chip leader in the room. Now you're the shortest stack in the room. So it looks like we are going to see maybe a move here from, is it Will under the gun?
It is indeed.
So again, similar to the last orbit, just feeling like he has to make his move before he gets around. A suited ace, that's good enough. Look, it's not a pump fist, you're not delighted with life, but if you do have a suited ace and you have the protection of 8 more players, if there's an ace 10 right behind you, an ace jack right behind you, they might well let it go because they don't want to put more chips in when there's bigger stacks behind them. So you are sort of protected. You're sort of playing against a range.
Jack directly behind you. There you go, on the button.
So Fodi's in a kind of an interesting spot here. He's probably going to feel like he is ahead of the opening range here, of this shoving range, but he's not going to feel like he wants to maybe overcommit chips with bigger stacks behind him. So it's a kind of a funky one. I think he could maybe, I'd love to see the stacks of the 2 players behind. We know Birmingham, he would be committed to that stack. I don't think he would be committed to, well, he's got 3.3 million. No, he's basically with 3.3, he has to isolate or fold. So happy to get in against the opener's range, not loving having to commit 33 big, or no, sorry, it's not 33 big, but 3.3 million. So that's 20 bigs with the 2 guys behind.
Yeah. Pat behind him's got 3.5 and Dominic has got 5.5.
So they both cover.
Yeah.
Right. So he has to assume that he is ahead of Will's shoving range, which I think is fair to assume, although you mightn't always be, but you're probably just about ahead of that range with the ace jack. I think probably ace 10 is the line, and ace jack is you're kind of just about happy. But you add in the factor of 2 guys who cover you and could, rip you out of the tournament here. It might just mean a tight fold. It's really close, I got to be honest. I think I go with it. I think I just about go with it. I think it's the line. I think it might be the worst hand he has to go with.
Yeah, he's moved all in.
And now he's got the sweat. Now he's got the real sweat. Is just hoping to get through these 2 hands. Ace Jack, he says quickly. Be delighted with the result here. I think he's played it really well. I think Fodis has played very well at this table. I think he's made a really good decision there. Not easy committing 21 bigs with 2 guys who cover you behind, but at the same time, it's profitable against the opener. It's an opportunity to get a stack going here and really contend for those top 3 spots. He's made the tough decision, but now he's got to hold.
Will McComb is all in, seat 9.
Oh! And a dagger to the heart of Fodius.
Reversals, the A7 hit it.
He's got the backdoor flush draw. He agonises over the decision. He comes to the right decision. And the poker gods are so cruel sometimes. Can he find a river jack? No, he can't. So huge double up, huge moment for Will. Credit to him, he did nothing wrong. That ace-7 suited has got to go in there in that spot, you would feel. He is at sea there with the shortest stack. He's probably only doubled himself back into the pack of shorter stacks, if you like, right now. Fodius did nothing wrong. In fact, he actually made a really, really good, tough decision, but got punished ultimately.
I think this is the peak of chips for Will McComb, sat in seat number 9.
No.
2.9 mil. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Dara O'Kearney for the final 16 minutes of this level is going to jump in my spot. I'll quickly run for a coffee and whatever you need to do.
Best-selling author in the house.
Yes, indeed it. We're going to swap myself for Dara for the final 16 minutes of this level and then a 20-minute break straight after. So incoming Dara, and if you want to see them, I'm going that way, and Dara is coming in this way. So I'm off.
Get up, go.
I'm off. Incoming, and then just press that one, which is that off and that on. Here he comes, here he comes.
What a technological whiz kid Tower is.
Slide in.
Look at this. Look, we're on TV.
Yeah, I know, but we should get. What's the button to turn that off?
Yeah, we don't need any more of that.
Yeah, none of that.
This is why we have a podcast and not a TV show.
Yeah.
There you go. It's better. I am delighted to be joined by endgame poker strategy expert Dara O'Carney for the endgame of this tournament.
Yeah.
So I'll give you the lay of the land, Dara.
Right.
We've only lost one person so far.
Okay.
We almost lost another person that last hand. A7, Will shoved under the gun. A really tricky spot for Photius on the button with Ace Jack. He had two players who covered him behind, so we were talking about that the fact that Will's 7 big blind shove wasn't really like a 7 big blind shove to everybody, because everyone has to worry about the guy behind him. Part of what, endgame strategy entails. He's somewhat protected by that. But anyway, Photius does make the great kind of isolation all-in shove with the ace-jack, but he binks the 7. Photius gets punished for a great play, and Will is still in there. So we are still 8-handed right now.
So I see that's Pete Wigglesworth in seat 2.
Yeah, Pete Wigglesworth. We had a really interesting hand between Photius and Wigglesworth a few moments ago, where Photius opened the jacks. Wigglesworth had 20 bigs, less than 20 bigs, I want to say maybe 18 or 19 bigs, didn't just jam in the aces. He went for a quirky little 3x for 40% of his stack, something like that, and Photius sniffed it out, folded the jacks, so credit to him for that.
Sick. Yeah, that's the problem with that kind of play. You can, I mean, obviously, if you know that the guy's going to fold jacks, you can start doing it with ace-4 suited as well. But yeah, Pete knocked me out of this tournament. I was very short and he was blind on blind, very standard spot. But he's a stalwart of the UK poker scene. Shout out to Aaron in the chat, who says he loved the satellite book, and also to Dave Livingston. Congratulations on the new book. Thanks, guys. We've been giving out quite a few books. I just gave a book to Porrick Parkinson's literary agent. He, believe it or not, qualified on Unibet.
Fantastic.
Or at least claimed to have done, so he didn't have to pay for the book.
Fantastic. There's the exploit there. Jamie opened this one up. We don't know what hand he has, interestingly, but cards do seem to be over the sensor, but we don't know them. Anyway, one would assume he was not beating queens, so it's a good fold, whatever it was. We see there now Craig is the short stack with 2 million. Will has actually charged up into the middle of the pack. That just goes to show you how tight everything is here. Yeah. He shoved just moments ago with 7 big blinds. He beats the ace jack. He gets back to 15 big blinds. He gets the reshove through with the queens. He's up to 20 big blinds, and now he's in the mix.
Yeah, it's similar to the high roller final table, which I did some commentary on. The stacks were very bunched, and one guy doubles up to the chip leader, and suddenly he's up there, and the other guy's back in the pack.
Indeed, we started this final table with Mr. Birmingham, very big chip leader, but he immediately lost a couple of 1 million pots to other guys in the mid pack, and then it suddenly got sort of like a bunch group at the top and a bunch group at the bottom, and now it's like they're all bunching.
Yeah.
It's almost like a sit and go there. It's almost like we've got this kind of a sit and go vibe where, we've got a lot of similar stacks at the table, and it's sort of, maybe level 4 of a sit and go we're railing now.
Yeah, nobody's super deep, nobody's super short. So do we know where Dominic is from? No.
We probably do. If Tara was here and he could press the right buttons, he would know, but I don't know how to press the right buttons. Dara's chancing it. Dara's pressing some buttons here, guys. We might have more information than we realised. Yeah, looks like Dara's figuring it out.
Is that the Polish or Czech flag? Polish.
It looks like a Polish flag, yeah.
Yeah.
Ray is all in for 3.2 million here, 20 bigs even with the ace king. Pretty easy decision for Peter Wigglesworth here. Blind v blind, obviously ranges will be quite wide here. Ray's going to shove a lot wider than the ace king, but king 4 just not good enough. I think if Wigglesworth looks down at like a king jack, he's probably got a sort of a decision there, but no, king 4 suited, never good enough. So Dara, we mentioned there the book, obviously book launch this week here at the IPO. Book has been out for a couple of weeks and has been selling really well. So this is the book launch, but you did a soft open, a virtual open with the Amazon shop. I know you had a little bit of teething problems. We're blaming Brexit on that one, I think, with getting the books into Ireland. But then you just thought, well, let's bring them out into Muhammad. If I can't get books, if these Irish people can't get books online, well, I'm just going to show up in person in Ireland and start handing them out. Just book gushy. Just a book gushy.
I'm not convinced that's a word still, David.
I'm trying to bring
referred
gushy
this
back.
as poker, book gushy, yeah.
Does anyone know what a gushy is in the chat?
Yeah, please.
Before we say it,
please tell us, because it doesn't seem like a word.
it is a word. I know it's definitely a word I used as a kid growing up, and I just want to know if anyone else in the chat will verify that, or does it just turn out to be something that me and my schoolmates said?
Well, speaking of the book, I'm sad to see that Simon Dunedin was the first guy out, because he was one of the first people ever to buy the first book, Satellite book. He bought it at the Irish Open from me, and he sent me messages as he was reading it. It was really great. I was getting a sort of a bird's eye view of what he was making in the book, and he was talking to me yesterday about the new book, which he's also got. So
he's a fabulous guy. He unfortunately came off the wrong side of a flip. He got it in with King Queen against Jacks to be our only elimination so far on this final table. He maybe showed just a little tiny bit of impatience, wanting to sort of spin his way back up to a stack that could challenge for this tournament. I think he sort of chose a gambly spot, if you like, in the end.
Yeah. I'm just going to put in a correction. We didn't recognise Dominic's flag. It turns out it's Slovakian. We've been corrected by Ray Hui in the chat.
Okay.
That might actually be Ray, who's one of my students.
We both have Slovakian flags on our Hendon Mob, Dara, so I feel like we should have known that. Shame on us.
Yeah. I guess it's a recent flag though, because they used to be Czechoslovakian, and they presumably had different. I knew it wasn't a Czech flag because I was slagging off our good friend Jan Sukanek recently, saying that the Czech flag looked really bizarre with the triangle.
Speaking of flags, do you want to have a stat? Just a stat I can pull out here if you want to know it.
Yeah.
How many Irish players have more Hendon Mob flags than you, Dara O'Kearney? More different ones. You have obviously got the most cashes of any Irish player in live poker. You've got the biggest number of flags. But if we're to talk unique flags now, how many people have more?
Well, you have, I think.
Correct. That is the right answer. I am the only person.
That's
is my only claim to fame, ladies and gentlemen. I have one more flag than Dara O'Kearney. It's probably not going to even be the case for many months.
That seems like a very self-serving question.
It's a very sad thing. It's my only thing that I'm number one in Ireland.
Yeah, you have min cashes all over Europe, which is.
It's the frequent flyer stat. Most money won, nowhere. Most cashes, nowhere. Actually, no. Sorry, most cashes are actually second to you on that one, but I'll never catch it.
Oh, you are? Are you second? Wow,
yeah.
That's pretty impressive. And where's Dara Davey these days?
Imagine he's got to be in the top 7 or 6.
Well, I came from the high roller, which was a 500 buy-in, and which Steve O'Dwyer fired 2 bullets at, and there was a lot of talk at my table about how amazing it was that Steve O'Dwyer would show up at a 500 in Dublin. Somebody said, yeah, like he's 12th on the money list. To which my reply was, yeah, and if he wins this, he'll be 12th on the money list.
Very good.
Good to see Deirdre Hayden in the chat as well. So we have 6 minutes to the break, or just over. It's proceeding very sedately so far. You can obviously, that's kind of to be expected. At the start of a final table, the ICM is very extreme, and particularly when the stacks are like this. If you can outladder a few of the other short stacks, that makes a lot of difference. And with no runaway chip leader, nobody can really apply massive pressure to everybody. Yeah, I do recognise Pat. I've played with Pat a few times for sure.
Okay, Dara, you know me. I love a bit of trivia.
Yeah.
I'm going to confess to the world. I know we've confessed on our podcast before, but we do enjoy a little bit of Hendon Mob related trivia. We use the Hendon Mob database as our way to test each other.
Yeah.
On our poker knowledge.
I think it's your screensaver,
yeah. You asked me there a moment ago how high up Dara Davey is, and I said he's probably top 6 or 7. He's actually number 5. He recently overtook Andy Black when he cashed at that festival in Tallinn a couple of weeks ago.
And Mick McCluskey's number 3. My goodness. Oh, sure.
We were all chasing McCluskey for a while.
We were indeed.
We see Ray has raised it up here with the Ace King. I don't think we're going to see Photius call with the ace-4 here in the big blind.
What is the big blind at the moment?
It's 160, so this is a sort of a 2.4x if you like. Obviously the hijack, he's coming in from reasonably late Ray, but it's one of those aces that can be dominated. As you point out always, Dara, you nail it into me. The ICM pressure that can be put in your post flop really makes that a very unprofitable call.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, if this is the first hand of the tournament, you call, you absolutely peel there. But with ICM, you just can't, because your hand just doesn't realise equity enough. If you miss the flop, you're going to have to check fold. Even if you hit your ace or your 4 and he starts putting a lot of money into the pot, you're setting up a potential disaster. So you just have to fold pre-flop. You have to be very, very defend the blinds much tighter pre-flop because of ICM.
Yeah, I got to say, having read your book, Dara, and actually having read parts of it twice because I'm already on my second read of it, because I've said to a few people, a few fellow professionals this weekend, the early parts of the book are a wonderful refresher on some pre-flop endgame principles, some pre-flop ICM stuff, but the revolutionary part of your book, the book that, 90% of the value that a good player is going to get out of that book is going to be those later chapters on post-flop ICM. I think you have absolutely broke some ground with the amount of sims you ran. How many sims did you run for that? Because you certainly found some fascinating heuristics.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but it's certainly in the thousands, because we were looking for patterns rather. The approach wasn't just to run a few standard spots and put the results into the book. So that, if you have 22 big blinds and the other guy has 18 big blinds and he's in this position and you're in that position and the ICM is extreme, this is what you do. That seemed a bit pointless given how many potential scenarios there are. So we ran thousands and thousands of different sims and just looked for patterns, things that come up time and time again. How does ICM change the pre-flop ranges? Does it matter how much the other guy covers you by? Does it matter how short you are, etc., etc.? Oh, we've an all in here.
Well, speaking of endgame ICM principles, Craig has decided to take the bull by the horns here. He's gone for this re-raise. Obviously, Jamie is opening fairly wide here from the cutoff. He's got the chip lead right now. Craig has decided, well, that could be a lot of hands. That could be quite a wide range. Might even be dominating some of that range with my queen jack. I'm going to go with it. But once that shove goes in, I think Jamie's got to make the call. He's far too high up his range to consider folding ace jack.
And Craig was the short stack with 12 big blinds, or?
If he wasn't the shortest, he was second shortest. He was definitely one of the two shorties,
Yeah, it's understandable why you went for this, but it's not really recommended to shove without an ace in your hand. This is going to happen a decent amount of time, where you just don't have the blocker. But, you can always hit your queen, so that's plan B.
That's plan B, as we say. Just 7 outs now for Craig. It's all flipped around. Got some backdoor heart possibilities as well. He is just going to have to hit that ace or king now.
So Craig will just be praying no paint, and Craig doubles up.
Well, and he's doubled up through the chip leader, so again, further bunching us all together, Dara. This guy's it's going to get to a spot now by the next level, and we pretty much are at the next level now, where I think we're going to have pretty much the entire field bunched between 20 big blinds and 30 big blinds.
Yeah, Craig was the shortest stack, I guess, but you can see he's leaped all the way up to number 4 through that double up, and now they really are bunched.
Yeah, we've got a couple of shorties with 12 bigs, but then it is basically between 20 and 33 bigs for everyone else.
Yeah, and the blinds are going up in 90 seconds, so that's going to make it even more of a short stack game.
Yeah. I have to say, we sometimes talk about, caginess and tippy-tappy poker on final tables and people being kind of, even if they're not like ICM aware because they've read a book like yours, Dara, or they've a lot of practice, that just instinctively being ICM aware because they kind of look at the payout structure, they kind of get it. So they behave in a way where they don't take too much risk, they are trying to ladder and whatnot. It's not really been like that. These guys have been willing to gamble with each other. It's just sort of conspired to mean that the all-in guy won so often.
The short stack keeps doubling, yeah, that sometimes happens.
But we are going to be in an almost like 25 big blind average, which, given the amazing structure that this tournament has, is very unusual. We've lost one player over the last 2.5, 3 levels, and that's basically over 3 levels. The blinds basically double, so everyone's stack is basically, halved in terms of its number of big blinds.
Yeah. Dave's asking if it's all pro players left on the final table. I don't believe so.
No, I think we have a sprinkling of everything, really. I think we have some recreational players, I think we have some pros, and I think we have sort of what you might call in-betweeners, that people who play at a very high level
sure.
and win money, but maybe they also have a job.
Yeah, I know Pete played professionally. I don't know if he still plays full-time. Of the others, I'm not sure about. It's definitely some of the Irish are recreational.
Now we see there that the clock has ticked over, so we are actually technically on the break right now, but we obviously finish off this hand. Jamie has raised up to Boutry Fiddy with the ace-10 out.
Yeah, that's perfectly legitimate. Good hand, and Dominic.
Dominic is a man who likes to take his time over most decisions.
These are two of the bigger stacks. He can definitely peel here. A hand like 7-5 isn't going to be dominated too much.
We had a fascinating encounter between Jamie and Dominic a few hands ago, where Jamie actually pulled the wool over Dominic's eyes with a sort of almost post-oak bluff on the river that somehow got through, even though Dominic had a hand that really looked like a call. We see here this time that Dominic
he hit the 7 and went check. A good decision by Jamie, I think, not to c-bet there. If he c-bets and gets check raised, it's fairly horrible. Now you're kind of into the scenario where the pot is getting bloated and there's a danger that you'll be all in by the river, so the player who covers you, as Dominic does in this case, can apply pressure. Now
it's probably a call one spot now.
Dominic has to bet here now, because Jamie is obviously just trying to get to showdown with a lot of the type of hands that he has, 2 high cards, so he has to bet to charge those hands to get to the river, or it's also good for him if they fold. Very disciplined fold there by Jamie.
Very disciplined. Like, it's certainly a board that favours the big blind defending range, but it's also a spot where I think Dominic will identify a board like that and bluff a lot. So, the fact that he actually did, make the fold, it is impressive discipline.
I think one final point on that hand is I do like to fold on the turn, because I think something that people don't necessarily think about much is that king highs are often better bluff catchers than ace highs, because if the guy isn't bluffing, he's going to have something like ace-7 some of the time. So even if you hit your ace on the river, you could be in trouble. Whereas if you bluff catch with a hand like king-queen, it's more likely that those are clean outs.
Well, that is a fascinating insight. We see the boys are going to go off for an 18-minute break now from now on. Darragh and I will take a little break as well, but we'll probably both be back. Maybe the tower will rejoin us as well at some point, but we will see you then, guys.
Start in 1 minute. And I'm the only one here. Okay.
Yep. Hey, boss.
My friend, 500k, right?
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
Right, guys, going to start back. 100k, 200k.
Welcome back, everybody. It's me again. Oops. Me again. Thanks to David. Thanks to Dora. They've gone to play the minute, so we are now in the entertainment for you guys. We are here. The two Unibet ambassadors will return if they bust out of the mini, which we hope they don't. We hope they finish first and second. So we're off. Not sure why the clock's counting now 19 minutes. We've just started another level. Interesting.
Miniman players, please take your seat. The program will restart in 3 minutes. All miniman players, please take your seat. The program will restart in 3 minutes. Remaining in today's Leslie's
So,
celebration.
in seat number 1 is Ray Bryant. In seat number 2 is Pete Wigglesworth. Simon Dunevane was out in 9th. Well done to Simon. 3,480 euros. Jamie Cusack is in seat number 4. 5 is Craig Smith. 6 is Fortius Tamaris. We made a fantastic fall with jacks to a 3x click from Peter. He says you don't do that with 5s and 9s, so I'm folding with jacks. Peter had aces. Pat Birmingham sat in seat number 7. Dominic Nasick in seat number 8. And William McComb in seat number 9. They're the players. Nine players, 3,480 for 9th. And the champion will take over 45,000 euros. Welcome back, everybody. It has been a great day so far.
All players to the Leslie celebration. We're going to restart in about 1 minute.
So the blinds are now 100, 200 with the 200 big. 100, 200. 46,590 up top. Afternoon, John. Afternoon, Nikos. Afternoon, David. Adele. How you doing, Adele? You played the other week or the other day. Very unlucky. Best luck today. Love the stream. Great atmosphere in Bonington all weekend. It sure was, Adele. Hope you are well this Monday afternoon. Afternoon, Stephen Kenny. Gary McGaffney is back in the building. Hope everybody is well watching the live stream from the Bonington. Oi, oi, this is it. How does all this not end up in the middle? Well, Pat said, yeah, have some of that. Pete's not calling the 1.7 with Ace Jack, but Jamie will call with Ace King. Can I have a count? It's 3 mil. Pat says, have some of that. After an initial raise. Right, Jamie. Yeah, so we've got the proverbial flip, the best flip in poker. The best flip by a mile. Queens, Pat stands up. Pat Birmingham was chip leader overnight, was chip leader a lot of yesterday as well. Ace King for Jamie, who is covering Pat. Pat is the all-in player and at risk. Any diamonds about? A king, an ace or a diamond we need to fade. Oh, and it doesn't, it's the river. It's the river, the dirty river. Pat Birmingham, €4,390 for 8th place. The best flip in poker. Queens against Ace King. And this time the ace hits. The Ace King wins, hit the king on the river. We had flush draws, we had overs, and we hit one of them. Jamie Cusack. Up to about 7 mil. So we're on 7. We are on 7. Doing it for the Macau Massive. John. I've only been once, and that was a few years ago now, when they were still building the MGM. It wasn't even open when I was there. The Venetian had just opened, the Resorts World, the Venetian had just opened. At the time, the Venetian in Macau had the biggest Manchester United megastore in the world. Fact. But that was a long time ago. I'd like to go back just to see if it's changed and see what's different about it. The gambling capital of the world. Might have to make another trip back. Killian, get in there. Good luck to Craig, says Minty. Oh. Not too far away. Macau in Cork City or Macau in Asia. Who's to say Macau in Cork's not the gambling capital of the world? Who's to say that? Eh? Oh, Tower. It's been a long week. John said close enough. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, close enough. But I still would like to go back to Macau just to see how it's changed. See, you learn something new every day. See, there's a Macau in Cork. So there you go.
Guys, I like you, but have a deal, you know?
Pints are cheaper in Cork. See, win-win. So we're on 7. 10th today was Dan Fox. He was out on the bubble for the final. Simon Junevane was out in 9th. And Pat was out in 8th just. We're down to 7. Lady M, rooting for you, Jamie. Well, he has 7.1 million now.
Play of the NG Sport Open. The number will start in 2 minutes.
7.1 million. Queen 5-5, 7-6 as it's checked all the way down. The ace is going to play for Craig. Thanks to Dara and to David Lappin for the time before the break. Dara came in for the last 20 minutes and David was with us over an hour. They're both now in the Mini, playing the Mini, the Max Late Reg, the Mini. They are both in. If we don't see them again, they'll be doing very well. The last event of the festival starts at 6. It is the last chance freeze out. €100 in, 15-minute blinds, 15,000 starting stack, and it's a freeze out. Hiya Michael, this is the final table. Payouts are scrolling across the bottom. In 9th was Simon Junevane, and in 8th, just gone out, Queens versus Ace King, Pat Birmingham. Pat with the Queens against Jamie's Ace King. So we're on 7.
In the NG Sport Open now, 40,000 bid and 80,000. 80,000. How much did the first bidder? Just about 20,000.
Oh, he's got his book and his hat and his winnings in his pocket. The new strategy book by Dara O'Kearney and Barry Carter. All players on the final got a copy. $200k big blind. There is a big blind ante all the way through the tournament as well. 50-minute blinds. Yeah, that was in chapter 1. Don't leave your book when you bust. 972 runners. We're down to the final 7. What a great tournament and great festival to get back into live poker. First festival anywhere in Ireland. Dominic makes up the big. We'll check. 2.5 mil and 12 bigs for Will. Ace, king, king. Flops beautiful. Does Will McComb, sat in seat number 9. And this should go check bet. No, just check. I was expecting a small bet in from Will. He's never folded.
We are on the last level for entries
He's
or
never called in
re-entries.
either.
The blinds are currently 500, 1,000 or 1,000 empty.
Don't think about it. Is me queen any good? Well, let me see what you've got. It shows the queen as if it's a winner. Will flopped it with the ace. He checked it pre. Wasn't expecting to see an ace was Dominic, but he did. Will moves up to 3.4. Good luck, Wiggy, says Greg. Afternoon, Greg. Dominic raises with the paint. Will, another ace. Might get out of the way this with ace 8 off. Just got up to 3.3, he's thinking now. Don't really know where I'll be if I just call. I think ace 8 is bottom of his range to be calling. It's either a jam or a fold. Maybe he elects the latter. And the big blind with 5 high gets out of the way as well. Dominic applying pressure as chip leader. Dominic in seat number 8, chip leader. Jamie in 4, is second in chips. Afternoon, Greg. Thank you very much. You're watching the IPO from Dublin, the first festival back after lockdown in Ireland. Not just the first festival, but first festival anywhere in Ireland. Amazing scenes. The numbers have been incredible. How many were in the mini? Chunks, as we saw before. Let's have a butchers. See where they're playing. The IPO mini. 163 runners for the mini. 163. Fantastic turnout. Ace 10 for Craig as he raises to 450 with the blinds at 200. Dom might see a flop with Jack 10 suited. So he makes a call. Like the call with Jack 10. Misses completely, does Dominic. Queen 6 deuce of Pete comes along with the threes. He checks. Should be a C bet from Craig. Nut flush draw. Makes it a third pot. And as we can see, the other two getting out of the way instantly. So we're on 7. Been a great day so far. We only started with 10. But we are now on 7. Awesome. It's amazing.
I told you it's some nice shit.
Being in Dublin's great.
Do have some more if you want one on another one.
Like it. Love it when randoms just come up and say, how's your trip been? It's been amazing. How has it been, Tower? It's been fantastic. Thank you very much. Nine, 6, 7. We got something for everybody. Jamie, middle pair. Dominic, up and down straight draw, backdoor flush draw. I think a lot of players, a lot of people watching will be saying the best two players around the table are still in this hand. And they've got the chips between them. One fair swing and one big pot would swing it in their favour, and this is turning into a juicy pot. Dominic raised pre. He's continued the story on the flop. And Jamie gets away from the 7. So Dominic takes the chip lead back. Pete down to 6 bigs. Fortius on the 8 bigs. These two guys will be looking around where the button is for the ante. Fortius will be on the big blind. So the next 2 hands is going to be putting in 2.5 big blinds, which is a third of his stack. Ray got his stack up to 3.8 before the break. Raises it up. That looks painty. That's as painty as you can get. Jack, Queen, King. Nobody's got a redraw with the flush. So 20 minutes have gone in this level. Lines at 100, 200. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the live stream from the IPO in Dublin. Good luck to Wiggy. Got quite a few people wishing him well. Good luck to Craig. Craig does look most in the zone, doesn't he? He only missed one hand at the table. I'm guessing friends have told him. Ricky Kong, go on the rate, up off a lay. Final table IPO, fantastic event to come back to in Dublin. Numbers been through the roof. Just shy of 1,000 runners for the first one back. There's Dana, who's doing the blogging for the International Poker Open Facebook page and the website as well. Stevie says he missed 3 hands in total. The last one was the aces. Long walk to the toilet from that feature table. Fortius Jack 3 gets out of the way. Only got 5.5 bigs now. That's Fortius as he's gone through the blinds. A third of his stack has just disappeared. Pete has got 6 bigs. Fortius has got 5 bigs. Will has got just over 10. They'll be making moves soon, that is for sure. Claudius with the Queen 9. Thought about it on the button. Dominic 8-3 suited. Do we give the short stack a walk? No, we don't. Raises to 500. And he shows him and folds the ace. Holding round to the button. Will looks down at ace 5, could shove this. I'd just like to see a jam. Put the pressure straight on, don't raise it up. I'd like to see the lot going in. 14 bigs. Announces raise. Big blind now is another short stack. Pete Wigglesworth raising it up from Jamie under the gun to 450,000 with the Jack Queen. Craig gets out of the way with the undergun raised before him. And all folding round in turn. Fear the big stack. 5 bigs and 4 bigs. Will is up to 16.
Robbie Sticktal for PLO. Robbie is in the mess. Sticktal over.
Ace Jack for Craig. UTG. 4 mil. We're going to raise it to 500.
Robbie last call. PLO. See you available.
Makes it 4.5. 450,000. Fortius looks down. Folds his ace. All folding round as it is at the moment. Race folding poker at the moment. Everybody can see the short stacks. The ICM with the 4 bigs and the 5 bigs. ICM suicide for the 2 big stacks to collide. But Jamie does decide to call with a 10 deuce. The Doyle's in. Yeah, the problem we have with the big stacks is that the short stacks are looking for a bit of ICM. We've got a guy on 4 bigs and a guy on 5 bigs. It's hard for the big stacks to collide. As if you look at the payout structure going across the bottom of the screen, Jamie's coming for some pressure now, and Craig won't be able to call. Payout scrolling across the bottom, 46,590. ICM definitely playing in this game at the moment. There are 2 stacks under 5 big blinds. 6,350 next out. Then it's a jump of 2.6 and then a jump of 3. I just can't see how the ace jack can call. Pressure from the big stack. Jamie adds up his stack and has now got 7.4. So there's a 5 big blind stack and a 4 big blind stack, and next hand will be the last hand before Fortius has to put in half his stack. It's a grind, but there's money involved. Fortius, is this the time? Is this the time? Can't really, yeah, the lot's going in. There's no raising, you certainly can't raise fold. It was just announced all in. He's got the 5s. Oh, he has just raised. Well, he certainly ain't raised folding.
No, you don't.
But if 2 big stacks collide after his bet, he can fold and get out of the way for ICM. Ray with Queen 10. Would love to see a flop, but he's not going to see one. I think he's got to get out of the way, even though he's built his stack up to 4.6 mil. I think he has to get out of the way. Pete can't fold quick enough, and he's hoping and praying that Fortius doesn't hit, because a lose and Fortius elimination is worth 2,600.
There is a 1 hour dinner break at the end of level 12.
King 10-9. Cards in the middle, please. The all-in player is the 5s. We need a 5, or Fortius is out the door. Fortius Tamaris from Greece needs a 5. It's not, it's an 8. He has battled on, he's entertained us, he's got the moves, he's shown everybody he can play the game. But just finishing in 7th for €6,530 is Fotius Tamaris from Greece. Very unlucky. He takes his bag, he takes his book, and he takes over €6,000 back home. We're on 6. It'll be Wiggy's turn because Pete Wigglesworth is now all in and he's going to get at least called. Does Jamie ISO? Yes, he does. He says I'm all in for 7.3 mil. Dominic, Queen 8 off. Queen 8 of Hearts won't be calling this 7 mil, that is for sure. We didn't even need to think about it. So Pete Wigglesworth has got the 6s and it's against Jamie Cusack's 9s. Legit hand. He's got the pay jump. He needs to hit to survive. But he's got the pay jump to 8,910. He needs a 6. Do the Mickey Blacks hit? Running straight cards for a chop. The king or a jack or an ace to pair the board. Oh, he does do. It pairs a jack to chop it, but it can't be the jack of... It's not, it's an absolute brick. It's a 3 of clubs. Pete Wigglesworth finishing in 6th for €8,910. 2 hands, 2 eliminations for Toyce, Tamaris and Pete Wigglesworth. Originally from Leeds, living in Reading in the United Kingdom, which means just like that we're down to 5. Just like that we're down to 5. In 5. Out come the throat sweets. God sends these little beauties. Absolute God sends these beauties. Throaty and chesty sweet, I tell you what. Keep you going. We're down to 5. Oh, we're down to 5. Come on, Craig, do it for Yorkshire. Whereabouts in Yorkshire is he from? Hey, Bayek, where that from, Craig? Where that from? I've heard from Jay this week. Yeah, he played down in Coventry. I sent him a message asking him if he was all right and if he got back on his feet. And he was out gallivanting. He was in Coventry playing the local comp on the Friday night. I think it's about a £70 game. So unfortunately, it's self-deal, but he is up and about, and he will be in Blackpool for the GUKPT that's coming into town. The next live stream for us as a team will be the GUKPT Blackpool. Craig's from Rochford but lives in Leeds. Leeds. Five players remaining. Pete Wigglesworth was just out in 6th. William McComb sat in seat number 9. Dominic Nazik sat in seat number 8. Craig Smith sat in seat number 5. In 4 it's Jamie Cusack, and Ray Bryant is sat in seat number 1. They're the players that are still in. King high flop, King 8-6. Top pair for Craig sat in 5. Craig living in Leeds. Bet 375 from Will. raise to 800 with top pair, and Will gets out of the way and drops back down to 12 bigs with the blinds at 100, 200. Dominic just shy of 10 mil. You are watching the final of the Unibet IPO. There are 5 players left. 5. $972 runners total for the main event. 180 for the side event. Amazing turnout. Dara and David Lappin both playing the minute. Said they would be back with us in the comms if they bust. Will's got the Cowboys. Dominic's got the chips and he's got an ace, but he gets out of the way. It's too weak of a kicker. Come on, Ray, do it for Leeds. And do it for the lads. Come on, Ray. Well, I tell you what, he's getting the chips now, isn't he? Ray in seat 1, he's getting the chips, starting to build. Might be able to see him playing his proper game soon. I'm guessing Will in seat 10 is a Liverpool fan. Having a good weekend of football. I don't think that would be any kind of bet, would it, from a Man United fan? Wearing a Liverpool top if they lose. That's just cruel. Music's coming out. Oi, oi. Get the background music for the team. So Ray's under the gun with the 7-5-1 gappers. Gets it through. Applying the pressure. Back to 9 bigs. Will McComb in seat number 9. Jamie, chip leader, 10 mil.
Tailors and players in the main end, we have new blind levels, small blind 800, big blind 1600, at least 1600.
So Will's all in for his final 11 bigs with ace 7. Ray in seat number 1 on the small blind wakes up with the ladies and flops it. Redraws with the clubs and that's it. And that is it. So the Queens of Ray take out Will McComb, who finishes in 5th place for £11,880. Amazing. Great effort, Will. He's got his book from Dara O'Keefe. He's got his ticket. He's off to the cash desk for €11,880. We're down to 4. Shame that he shoved and ran into a hand. I think A7 on the button is pretty standard with 11 bigs. Evening, Gary. Gary McGaffney watching the Unibet IPO. So Ray's to 500 from Ray. Now he's got the stack opening up a bit wider. King 3 flops a flush draw. Just go and check. Yeah, fine. So check, bet, win. So Dominic, 8.9 mil, Jamie 8.6. Craig sat in the middle with about 4. And then Ray sat in seat number 1 with the same. $29 million 100,000 in play. And whoever wins it will need every single one of them. 4 players remaining. Lines are now up. 125, 250. Starts to get interesting. First time Craig puts them over the line, gets it through. 4 players left. Back with you in 1 minute.
Attention player, the 93 hour questions will start in 10 minutes. Your tournament is going to be a 15K starting site with 15-minute levels. And it's going to start in 10 minutes. Feel free to join. It's going to be from table 26 and on.
freezing. Somebody's opened the door and it's gone Baltic. So I had to go and get a coffee. Got myself a quick coffee. Had a wander. What's happening now? I think it looks like they're doing some kind of choppity chop by the looks of that. Have they gone off to have a quick chat about the floor? I've just literally run for a coffee. There's no milk in the staff room, so I've got a black coffee. I've got 2 sugars in it, and it looks like we're on a break. I come back to the table, there's nobody here. What's happening? I don't know. What's happening? So, black coffee, steaming, no milk, because there's no milk in the staff room. But I did find a little cake. Oh, little cake. Bit of chocolate cake. Foot tower. Oh, ding dang do. So, when did they go for a break? when did they go for a break? Oh. So, I don't know. Clock's paused with 15 minutes gone at this level. I went for a black coffee. Just this set go up, says Nate. Cheers, Nate. So I got a little chocolate cake. Look, little chocolate cake. But you can't eat in ones, so you have to have 2. You have to have 2. Oh. So there we go. I'm guessing it'll be about a 10-minute break. See what happens. Nate, do I remember when you delivered Easter eggs to the Goliath? I certainly do. Oh yes, I certainly do. Well done everybody for making the live stream as enjoyable in the chat again. Love having all the social interaction from you guys. It makes my job a lot easier, sat here on my own. I know we had David in earlier for an hour, and then Dara came in with David for 20 minutes. But they just left as I arrived, says Patrick. Thanks, Patrick. The side events are still going on, and there's door opens down there, and it's freezing, and I'm like, I needed a coffee, so we went for one. Easter eggs in August, can't beat it. Can't beat it. I'll eat Easter eggs anytime. See, what I don't understand is Christmas pudding is that nice. Why do we only have it once a year? Why? Why? I don't understand it. I don't understand why we only have it once a year. Beautiful. Love the thing. Absolutely love it. But why do we only have it once a year? I have no idea. So we're on short break. The interlude will go in. If they do any action, we'll let you know. If they don't, we'll let you know. Oh no! Cornell bubbled the high roller like a lemon. Very unlucky. How long's the drive? Safe driving, safe trip back to where you live. And unlucky for bubbling the... There's a midge. Go on, get out of town. So good luck one and all. Safe drive up the motorway at Cornell, wherever you live. I want to get it. Doing my head in now. Clonakilty pudding all the way. What's that? What's that? And why is it not on my table right now? If it's that nice, what is it and where is it? Yeah, but you can buy them now from Marks and Spencer's for about £3. I must admit, I do like a really nice Christmas pudding. I really do. I'm going to get you. I'm telling you, I'm going to get you. Clonakilty pudding all the way. I feel like I should be Googling that. Clonakilty have got a golf course. And it's rated 4.5 out of 5. Very nice. It's in Munster. Now I know they've got a rugby union team. And it's in County Cork. So there you go. Apparently Macau's in Cork as well. Found that out today. Like a pudding. like a Clonakilty pudding. Ah, white pudding. I had white pudding earlier this week. I love it. Absolutely love white pudding. The problem is, in England, you can't buy it anywhere. Nobody sells white pudding, and if they do, I don't know where. Yorkshire twang's great, isn't it? The Yorkshire twang is great. Railing Craig says Barry Penman. There are 4 players left. Craig Smith from Leeds, Ray Bryant, Jamie Cusack from Ireland, and Dominic Nazik. I think he might be Lithuanian. If he's not, let me know. So, Clonakilty Golf Course has got 4 out of 5. Like it. In fact, on golf now, it's got 4.85. That must be nice. I bet there's some stunning views on that course. I love golf. I must admit, I really enjoy playing golf. Love the walk round, love the scenery. Clonakilty Golf Club, as I'm looking now, let me tell you. Get it here! I've not got it, still not got it. It looks stunning. Yeah, next week. We're on our way to Blackpool next week, if I get this midge. Yes, so Clonakilty Golf Course looks really nice, by the way. It looks 4.8 he's got on golf now. That's pretty impressive. Come on, Craig, take it down, says Adam Stride. Here they come. Ah, see, he's got milk in his coffee. Oh, aye. He hasn't been in our staff room, has he? No milk. None. All supermarkets and butchers sell white pudding. Where? I've never been into a supermarket and seen white pudding anywhere. I really do like white pudding. What I really like to do is get this midge. It's going to land on me and bite me. I know it is. I can tell. Morrison's normally have it. I'm going in tomorrow. I am. I'm going in tomorrow. Well, Wednesday maybe. I want some white pudding. Loved it. Right, get this ugly mug off the telly. We're down to the final 4. They've had a chat. I don't know if they've done any action or any deals between them. I have no idea. I really, really don't know. But I have been told to nip to Morrison's for a bit of white pudding, which we will. So the final 4. In seat number 4 is Jamie Klusak. In seat number 5 is Craig Smith, enjoying a nice G&T. In 8 is Dominic Nazik. And in seat number 1, we have Ray Bryant. 5th was Will McComb. Pete Wigglesworth was 6th. Fatois Tamaris was 7th. Pat Birmingham was 8th. And Simon Dunevane was 9th. With the 10th person and the only person playing today was Dan Fox. We are back up and running. Not sure if there's been any deals. I really, really don't know. If there has, and PK knows, he'll let me know. Yeah, Mick the Mod, there is 4 players left. Well, there are 4 players left. It was an unscheduled break halfway through a level, so they wouldn't have been running the chips off then. They would have waited. Ah, the Slovakian flag, is it? Very nice. Hiya Paul Leonard. We had 972 runners in total. We had 178 for day 2. We had 10 for day 3, and we are now down to 4. Flop time. Queen 5-7. That's it. Stick them in the box. Queen 7-5, top pair for Jamie. Worst of it, pre. Comes out smelling the roses. Once the final table is done, any more coverage of any other events? No, because they'll be nowhere near the finals at all. This is it for the team. The IPO main event after a 14.5-hour day yesterday. If it does finish 2 or 3 hours early, I think the team have deserved it. But as we know, a 4-handed final can take 5 hours. So it is just concentrating on the main event because no other event is anywhere near the final. So it's just the main event for us, and then back for the team. We will be back Cardroom Direct in Blackpool for the GUKPT in 10 days' time. Gary says, did I make it for breakfast? No, I did not. My eyes peeled at 11:20. We did not make it for white pudding, unfortunately. The Rooster Booster says, come on Craig, you've got this. No room service. There's no telephone in the hotel room, and I couldn't really ring PK up to ask me to bring me up a sausage and bacon sandwich. Richard Whitmore come to join us with 4 players left. How are we doing, Rich? And a jam from Craig with the ace queen, and the queen 10 gets out of the way. Blinds 125, 250,000. Oi, oi. Rich might be over in Blackpool for the GUKPT, which is the next event for us and Cardroom Direct. Flop of 10-3-5, whiffs both players after an open from Jamie, who then c-bets and gets the job done. So raised to 550 with ace 9 suited. Craig Coles, unbeknown of the holdings he has. I'm sure we'll get to see them. Bring it home to court, says John. Any deals done? I don't think so. I've not heard anything. And PK has said no as well, so we're guessing not. We haven't heard if they've flattened it or anything. So at this moment in time, the answer is no deals. So flop time, 7s for Ray, 10 king. So Ray bets 800 and gets called from Jamie. Jamie with the best of it. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Bring in a flush draw for the 7 of diamonds and Ray in C1. Jamie having to fold from Ray's constant pressure. They said he could play if he got chips, and I'm telling you now, Ray can play. Threes for Dominic. Down to 6.6 mil as he raises to 500,000. Jamie calls, which brings in Craig as well. So three-way to a flop. Three-way to a flop. Queen, 9, deuce. Craig hits middle pair. So I bet 350 with the bottom, with the threes, as Dominic raised UTG. Jamie got the gutter ball, so he calls, which also should bring Craig in. This could become juicy. All of a sudden there could be 3 million in the pot. Whoa, the 10 ball. 10 ball, corner pocket, bish bash bosh. This should check. Now he's being called in 2 spots from Dom. I think he has to check it. I'm glad C1's moving. I thought the picture had frozen then. Everybody's it's like musical statues for €10. I thought he was going to check it, but he ain't. He ain't checking. One thing for sure is Jamie ain't folding. And that looks like a mil. That looks like 1 million. This is a huge. I think this is the biggest pot of the tournament by a mile. It's 1.2 mil. And surely we can only just call. What a loving life. Jamie Cusack, absolutely loving life. $1.2 mil. Calls. Craig's gonna look down, realise his 9 is no good and get out of the way. If this comes a black 3, we're gonna have carnage. The 6 of diamonds rolls off. Jamie, check, hang himself. Dominic's probably thinking the only way I can get this hand is by betting each street. There's literally 1 SPR. The story says it could be a bet. He has announced the triangle. It is getting snapped. Oh, he's not getting snapped. We know there's a flush there, but he certainly ain't folding, and that's it. Dominic is going to be eliminated. The pocket threes. The king jack turn. Absolute gin card on the turn for Jamie Cusack. And Dominic Nazic has finished in 4th place for €15,060. We Down to 3.
God, after the big trophy, top 3 when he got a trophy.
Would have been nice. You want me, Greg? Huh? You were on the other movies.
We're down to 3. See, he's not read the book yet. Alright, young man. You ain't got a pen, have you? I need it for 30 seconds. Thank you.
Can do a lot of 30 seconds.
Thank you. So, we're down to 3. Current blinds are 250k. So, yeah, 22 bigs. Well done, Dominic. From Slovakia. We're down to 3 now. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. King. Three players left, 12 minutes left at this blind level. And then they go to 150, 300,000. So we're on 3. How good has this been? It has been amazing. Loved every minute of it. But we are down to 3.
Attention players, new cash table open tip number 17. This is carrying the 1-2 PLO. Sitting away the 1-2 PLO, table number 17. Whoever on the list for 1-2 PLO, please make your way to table number 17. Also, players, we are opening 2-5 holding of 1 number 60. Sitting available.
Yeah, they are going to start opening, aren't they? Craig, Queen Jack. Oh, a bit of Ed Sheeran playing it background. Lovely. Three-way to the flop. Jack 9-2. All diamonds. Ray has the redraw of all redraws with the ace of diamonds in his hand. So the fourth diamond gives us the chick mark. Ray sat in seat number 1, Ray Bryant. This comes a queen. Well, we've done 2 pair. Jacks and 9s. But Ray has the check. We have to get out of the way. Craig down to 3.4 million with the blinds at 250k.
Second players, new table opening, table number 17, round 2 yellow. Seating well.
So our short stack is Mr. Craig Smith, lives in Leeds. Jamie Cusack and Ray Bryant, both Irish lads, playing a great game. Jamie looks down and sees the boots. So Craig down to 11 bigs. On the jam, on the small. Ooh, Ray. Very bottom of your range. Ace 10. Very bottom of the range. The problem he's got is that Jamie on the button is raising with any two. Because he's got the chips, he's got 16 million. That's his problem he has. He probably calls Craig's jam. And the initial open from Jamie might make him think twice. Ed Sheeran's got COVID, has he? I hope he gets well soon. Craig says, let me stand up for you, put my coat on. So we have a call. This could be a big double up for Craig. He sees Ace King of Hearts. Ray has got the Ace 10. The initial raiser, as we know, just gets out of the way because he had 6 deuce. We've got chop outs. 2 to chop it. 10, we lose 1. So now a queen and a deuce will chop it. A 10 and we lose 1. Oh, chop it up. Everybody likes a chop up. Craig can't believe it. Craig cannot believe it. We've got the Ed Sheeran Mega Mix on now. Flop of 626. Four on the turn. So 56 bigs, 17 million for Jamie. Ray's got 8.8. Craig on 11 big blinds. I don't know where Ray is from. All I know he is from Ireland. Ray Bryant. Three players left in this year's Unibet IPO, the first festival in Ireland since lockdown. The restrictions were lifted just in time and it has been a huge success. All in from Craig, leads us Craig. Jamie Coles with Jack 9. Craig, King 4 is in front, 57% equity. Jamie with the Jack 9, the one gappers. Jamie has all the chips, 14 million if he loses this hand. If he doesn't, he gets 20 million and we're heads up. Oh, what a flop. What a flop. The King 4 needs to fade, but he's got the flush draw. There's an up and down straight draw. There's a Jack. Wow. So I've now got an ace, a 9, a king. It's a king, but it's for the straight. He couldn't hit the king. Apologies. He couldn't hit the king. Oh my days. The 9 to the straight means we lose. Wow. We lose Craig Smith in third place for a straight up 20,000. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. There was me saying he needed a king, couldn't hit the king. The 9 gave him a straight. Jamie Cusack and Ray Bryant are heads up for the title. Don't think there's a break. Think we're getting straight into it. Heads up. Yeah, they are having 5 minutes. I'm going to leave the pictures and I'll be back with you in 1 minute myself. Get a quick coffee. They've got 5 minute break and then we are heads up for the title. We are heads up, da na na na. We are heads up, da na 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 na. Pete Wigglesworth finished in 6th place for 8,910. Will McComb finished in 5th. Dominic Nazik finished in 4th. And just then, Mr. Craig Smith for 20,000 finished in 3rd. Means we're down to 2. Ray Bryant and Jamie Cusack. So we're just about to start the heads up battle. The trophy's on the table. The chips are on the left and the right. Left hand side, that way, is going to be Jamie, and right under there is going to be Ray. Here they come. No. There's me thinking they were on the way back. Nah, forget that. The stream's lagging, is it? We don't want it to lag now, blinking out. There's a final to be played. Don't say that. It's Tony Tinterweb. If it is, I better just text my mate in the background telling him to check the connection. I can see exactly what you mean though. Hopefully it's not, but it just stopped then, didn't it? Stop started. Hopefully it's rectified itself. Hate it when it does that. Blinking Tinterweb. But it is having a lag. Maybe just try a refresh. Try a refresh, ladies and gentlemen. Try a refresh. But I'm not too sure. I don't think it's bad. stream is good now. Was a deal done? I don't actually know if a deal has been done. I've not heard anything. They might have done a deal with me, two local lads, but I haven't heard anything. The money's not changed on the payout structure. It's still 28,300 for second and 46,590 for first place. So I don't know if they have done a slight deal and chopped it up. 100% don't know. So we're waiting for the players to come back. No, I've not heard anything. There is a long break though, to be fair. There's a long break to go before we go heads up. So I don't actually know if there is or if there isn't. We'll let you know if we hear anything, but at this moment in time we are going with no deals. Here they come. So here they come. Jamie Cusack, Ray Bryant. Jamie on the left, Ray on the right. Who's going to win it? Who's going to be crowned champion here in Dublin at the IPO? Who's it going to be?
17 in the cash game area. We've got 1-2 PLO.
1-2 PLO, still playing
I've got
cash.
Paul here.
It's
He's ready to
amazing.
take on all contenders. Come on over. 1-2 PLO. He's ready to take on all contenders.
Literally, that means he's sat on his own.
Immediate seating 1-2 PLO on table 17.
Sat on his own, needs action. It's still lagging, says Kakak. That lagging would do your head in, you're not wrong. Lag attack. Oh my days. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know why. Fix that lagging. Right, I'll ring Mr. Internet and I'll say, excuse me, why are you lagging? Stop being a pain in the bum, will you please? Fingers crossed it settles itself down. Because we don't like it any more than anybody else. The stream's still here. I don't know what lady, where's it gone? Lady M362. Ah, we're back, thankfully. £144p here. What's that? Petrol. Apologies about the lagging. Have to have a word with the boys, see if we can get it sorted. We're in the most important stage of the entire tournament. Let's try heads up for the title. Back, thankfully, says Lady M362. I'm glad it is. Sorted itself out, thankfully. Hate it when it goes wrong. Absolutely hate it. But Tintinet's Tintinet. 9 on the river. Any 9s about? Any 9s about? Raised it up 3. Check the flop. Jamie bet the turn. And now he's going to bet the river. So a bet of 2.2 million on the river, putting the pressure on Ray. It's he makes the call as well. The 9 on the river.
Raise 600,000. Raise on.
It's in around 3 or
Three million 975. 2335 3.975. All in uncle?
Keep cards for established now, please, guys.
Just put 2 stacks. I will give you back 25.
Just go announce it over the microphone all the calls.
You want to know what I have? You done?
yeah, have you a pair? No. Okay, we're racing. I have a small one. So you have 2 overs.
King Queen suit.
I have 6s. King Queen against 6.
What age?
Sorry?
What age?
30. Yeah. You look about 18.
Yeah, I will. You look younger, alright?
Yeah.
Players in the tournament, we have our first on call on the Unibet IPO final table of the main event. The action here is free flop. Players, let's see your cards. Our all-in player shows pocket 6s, the 6 of clubs and the 6 of hearts, and has been called by King Queen of Spades. We're about to see a flop. Our flop is 9, 6, 10. We have a set of 6s for the all-in player, and a good shot straight draw for the King Queen. We're going to see a turn card. Turn card is a 10 of clubs, giving our all-in player a full house in the river. The river is a king of hearts. Our all-in player doubles up.
Probably all of these stack of 20, right?
Somebody said they're going to try and do darts festivals at the Bonington. Watch this space. How good that be? Sorry guys, back. Had to go out for a minute, but we're back in. Do apologise. Sorry, Mr. Mick the Mod. I'm back. Honest, I am. I'm here. Hopefully the stream's back to normal. PK said it was lagging and it was dropping, and now it has all been back to normal. Apologies about that, Mick the Mod. Game on as Ray gets back up to 7.6 million. Jamie Cusack in the red, Ray Bryant on the right hand side. Trophy bang in the middle. Yes. Yeah, anybody want to come and join us? John, you're more than welcome. Absolutely more than welcome. Heads up battle. We started the day with 10. Dan Fox was the first player out. Then we hit the final table. Simon Dunvane was in 9th. 8 was Pat Birmingham. 7th, Fortius Tamaris. Pete Wigglesworth was out in 6th. Fortius and Pete were down to 4 and 5 bigs as they lost. Will McComb went out in 5th. Dominic Nazik was out in 4th. And about 10 minutes ago, we lost Craig Smith for €20,000. And now we've got Jamie Cusack and Ray Bryant entertaining us for the title. Oh man, Adele Mayer, it's not working again. Ugh. Bummer. Real apologies about the internet. I've got my YouTube set to 360. I don't know if that helps, but on the cog, I've got my auto working on 360 and it seems to be running all right. I'm not sure if you can change your own cog on YouTube. I've just got quality and it says auto 360 and it seems to be working. Maybe it's worth a little try. John, you can bring some pudding. You certainly can. Mick the Mod says it's all a bit better now, thankfully. I know you can watch it in a little bit lower resolutions. We want to watch it in full HD and all that malarkey, but there's not a lot we can do. I do apologise about the internet. When you rely on it, well, yeah, the live stream is 30 minutes behind. If you don't want any spoilers or find out who's finished in 4th, 5th or 6th when it gets reported, then the updates are done live. If you've got the little red button where it says live, click it on and it should be on now, but obviously with the live stream we are 30 minutes behind actual play. Because we have to be. So hopefully the stream sorts itself out and gets back to normal playing. But if you're on the live button, just click live and the little red button, the grey button turns to red when it goes live basically. So you are on that 30-minute delay that we have to work on. So if you've got Ray or Jamie on social media and you don't, and you think if one of them wins it, they're going to post straight away, I've just won the IPO, don't open it up. Because obviously we can't tell them not to post for 30 minutes. In 2 hours' time, when we're still watching the live stream, and then they go and say, "Oh, I've just won IPO."
All players remaining in the mini lane, please retake your seats. Your tour will restart in 3 minutes. All players remaining in the mini lane, please take their seats. Your tour will restart in 3 minutes.
So 20 mil plays 6 mil. 8 king 2 is the flop. John Stanley says the phone is face down. Obviously, regarding live poker and a streamed final, we all know we work on that 30-minute delay. There's nothing we can do about spoilers regarding people texting each other's mates. The only thing we ask is don't put them in the chat box, because a lot of people don't want to see the result. If you actually know any player, and I don't just mean the Unibet IPO, I mean actually any event. If you know the players personally and you get a message saying, "Oh, I've just won it. Oh, I've just come second. I bust out in fourth. Oh, we're still watching." No. It's just the way it is. So John's phone is face down. I like that. But we are heads up. Jamie Cusack and Ray Bryant giving us a spectacular show for the first festival back since lockdown. $19 mil to $10 mil. It's tight. It's tense. We're heads up for the title. Hi, Christine Cusack, watching son or wife, son or mother. Christine, how are we related? How are we related? You might not be. You might just have the same surname. How do we know Jamie, who's entertaining the world at this moment in time in the Unibet IPO? He's playing well. So too is Ray. We've had a great final day. We started the day with 10 and we're now down to 2. Sister, like it. Proud sister. I am not surprised. He's playing well.
Players in the leading make will come back to new long level, small ball 1,000, big ball 2,500. Dealers begin the deal, please.
And how fitting it is, we've had over 30 countries represented in the IPO this week. 30. And how fitting that 2 local lads are battling it out for the title. I think it's pretty fitting. No disrespect to anybody on the final table or anybody else who entered out from the 30 countries. But 18 months of absolutely nothing. The first festival back anywhere in the country. And we have a heads-up battle with 2 lads from Ireland. So Ray builds his stack over the 10 million. Now got 11, 18 and 11.
Really good. I know.
28,300 euros for second place. First place and the trophy, 46,590 euros. The title, the trophy, the book, and the first event back. So 300k big blind. Average stack is 50 bigs. If you work it out, the last level normally of any comp is when you're down to 20 bigs minimum. That would be another 3 levels. Cheers MGF. Thanks for tuning in to the Unibet IPO. It has been an immense tournament. Got the whole of Cork behind you, Jamie. There's a Macau in Cork, did you know? How far is County Cork away? How far is it?
You watching NFL, innit?
No. What, on a Monday?
Yeah, reruns.
So a 2.5 hour drive from Dubbers. Okay, that's not bad. I did get told once if I ever visited Cork, you're supposed to wear loose clothing because they do like to eat a lot in Cork. I don't know how true that is.
Wear loose clothes all the time.
I'm well, I know, looking a bit svelte now. This tower.
Stop calling you the trifle tower.
We do indeed get to do it all again, John. Next week for Cardroom Direct is the GUKPT in Blackpool. We'll be there a week on Thursday for the next live stream. Hope to be back over for the Unibet IPO again next year. Plenty going on as things start to reopen and get back to some kind of normality. Are we playing any of the festival? The seniors, cheeky git. No, I don't know. I might play the mini. I might play the mini. That's on the. I might play the Monday. We'll see how we go. Two and a half hours with the foot down. John Stanley says it's 2.5 hours with the foot down. Not that I'm encouraging speeding. 3 hours is a nice drive, isn't it? That's like, for us in the UK, that's like Blackpool to Newcastle, or the north of Newcastle. That's not bad. That's not bad. A nice 3 hour drive in the countryside. Amazing scenery. Plenty of golf courses in that 3 hours, I'm sure.
So how old is the winner of this game?
Pissed, probably. 46,590 euros for the winner and 28,300 for second. Yes, I do qualify for the seniors. I do indeed. Ace 5 for Jamie, raising it up. Ray raises with Jack 9. Jamie calls with Ace High. Ray hits the flop. Bet of 650 by the looks of that. 750. Nice to have an ace in the hand, but there's nothing you can do on a flop of 9-3-6. In fact, I won't be playing the seniors because seniors is on the Sunday, isn't it? We'll be commentating the final. So we are heads up. The blinds are now 300,000. There is 29 million chips in play. So 100 bigs, so the average stack is 50. Fasten your seat belts.
You're gonna have a 20-minute break at the end of this level, and the registrations will be over after the break.
Brilliant chat box again over the week of the Unibet IPO. Thanks to Dave Lappin for a couple of hours this morning and to Dara for jumping in for 20 minutes. Both of them are both playing the mini main at the moment. Good that they managed to max late reg into the mini after giving up a little bit of their time. And they're both still in the mini at this moment in time because David Lappin said he will be back in as soon as he busts. Ace King for Jamie, raises to 1.3 mil. The initial bet from Ray has to get folded. Great battle between these two. Great battle. Who are you rooting for? Well, we know Christine Cusack is rooting for Jamie, as in sister. Lovely trophy in the back. There's a gin and tonic at the back as well, and a glass of water. But the trophy's on the table. Nice, beautiful trophy for somebody to be taking home and putting on the mantelpiece. We see a flop as we're making. We're raised to 6, Queen 6, Ray has the 8-4. There is paint on the flop. Jack, Ace, 8. Hopefully the tin to whoever's calmed itself down now. Yeah, the tide is turning. 16-11. Great battle. A great battle going on. Ray flops the 8 as well, giving him the best hand at this moment in time of the competition, ladies and gentlemen. You won't miss any action. Hoping the lagging just stops and it's just Monday evening in Dublin as everybody gets home from work. Oh no, it's Bank Holiday Monday today, isn't it? Bank Holiday Monday in Ireland. And half term. Oh, Connor, sorry Connor. Stream is away mad. Apologies. At the start of the day, the upload was 80-80. Here we go, Queens against 4s. Raise to 750. This is going to be a re-raise, a back raise, as they said in the olden days. Remember them days when we had a back raise?
Yeah.
And then we had a back raise.
Yeah.
And we also need, for the streaming, we need to get 5 bets and 6 bets involved. So it stops at 4 bet. And then just goes bet.
Silly after that.
we had a 5 bet fold last week in Luton. We have an all-in and a call. Ray is all-in with 4s and he's needing to hit. Oh, we have a champion. Oh. Ray Bryant has the 4s. Chat box, are you ready to scream if we don't see a 4? Jamie Cusack has a chance to be the first IPO winner in a couple of years. First festival since lockdown restrictions were lifted, and we are here. Mick the Mod says refresh. If you refresh quick, you can see the all-in. Glenn has got the mic. We could have a champion. If you're rooting for Jamie, you don't want to see a 4. Ooh. Still 2 4s out there. It's a flush, it's over, ladies and gentlemen. That is it, we have a champion. The Queen of Diamonds plays, and our champion.
You have the Unibet IPO main event winner here, 2021, Amy Cusack.
Both of them. Ray, can I have a quick word?
Yeah.
Come on. You stay there. You stay there, you. Quick word with the runner-up. First event back for just about everybody in Ireland. How does it feel getting out of your boxer shorts to come out and play poker?
I'm delighted, delighted to be back. Delighted with the result. Happy.
Yeah. You've got a lot of fans in the chat box. You must be pretty well known on the circuit.
I don't know about that now.
Great final table.
Yeah.
It was great to watch. What was it like sitting down here playing?
Yeah, it was nerve-wracking to be honest with you. First time back since been off for too long, but yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah, and a lot of players and a lot of people were telling me all week, if you get chips, you're going to be dangerous.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm aggressive. Well, I wasn't that aggressive today, but yeah.
Really enjoyed it?
Yeah, delighted.
Happy with second?
Yeah, delighted. Over the moon.
It's been a fantastic tournament. You've entertained everybody. Ray, thank you very much. And we're going to get We're going to get straight up here. You come this side, I'll move over this side. Jamie, well played. IPO champion. How does that sound?
Sounds pretty good. Many more, hopefully.
Absolutely. Your biggest cash?
Yeah, by far.
By a long way. We were checking it out. But, as we said with Ray, give your chips. You're dangerous. You got plenty of people in there watching, and there's so many people out there saying these two guys are probably the two guys to watch. Is that how it felt when you were playing?
Ray played a blinder. Yeah, I was on his table yesterday as well. I came to it with a short stack, he had a big, and he was doing really well. He was running well. So he was the man to beat. The man to beat today.
Good to be playing live poker again.
Amazing, amazing. I'm sick of the laptop, so amazing. Yeah, it's great to be back.
It is. You know. This room has been packed solid all week, and it just shows once we get the restrictions out, once things get back to normal, Ireland love poker.
It booms.
And it's great. It's great for everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, and you guys put on a great festival. Brilliant, smooth, no problems, great events.
Well, first place out of 972 is where we needed. We needed every single chip. I'm going to get Glenn, if he can just hand over the trophy, because we've got the champion, the first IPO champion back from the restrictions. It is Mr. Jamie Cusack. And a big smile from the guys, said it all. I'm going to quick finish off with Glenn while Jamie's just stood there. Glenn, great to be back.
Oh, fantastic.
Guys have turned out in force.
Really have. It's been a long 18 months for everybody in the poker scene in Ireland. So just to be back, everybody was in high spirits. We got a large field of 974 in the main event. Yeah. Everybody seemed to have a great event. So happy all around for everybody.
Absolutely. Fantastic winner. The trophy's there. We're going to get his pictures as well. Jamie, just come to finish off. It has been a fantastic tournament. Congratulations, young man. Congratulations. First IPO back after 2 years absence, and I am sure and 100% positive we're going to be back next year.
You better believe it. Yeah, bigger and better than ever, hopefully, as well. We've got lots of stuff planned, and hopefully all can go according to plan now.
Excellent. Well, from Glenn, from the champion, Mr. Jamie Cusack, and the team, we'll see you at the